No.
I muted. Think we're good. Okay, thank you. All right, good morning, everybody. I call this special meeting of the South Burlington School Board to order on May 2nd, 2025. First order of business are announcements and amendments to the agenda. Does anybody have any announcements?
Nothing for me.
Nothing. Okay. Any amendments to the agenda? Nothing.
Actually, can I make an announcement?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
You want to maybe, I don't know, I think we could.
My camera's not on. My camera's not on. Speaking to the
I was
mic,
requesting that you stand near a mic.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
I just wanted to, make it. What? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me. I just wanted to, provide an early birthday greeting to Violet, whose birthday is Sunday.
Oh, very nice. Yes.
And then shout out to my favorite educator, my dad, whose birthday is today.
Oh, Violet, may the fourth be with you.
Wait, I was gonna say, yes, Star Wars baby, yes.
Yes.
I know, I'm endlessly cool for that, right?
Indeed.
All right, amendments to the agenda. I do want to just briefly ask, Jen, if you could clarify what we'll be doing for activities, because in talking with the Media Factory folks, there is potentially an issue with breakout groups. They only have the one camera, the audio is one stream, so we just have to take that into consideration.
There will be breakout groups today.
No breakout.
These are all team building activities. The camera will be on all times.
Okay, so we won't have multiple audio streams or just be one. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. All right, comments from the public. Do we have anybody in the room? I don't see anybody in the room for comments. We'll just check online. And we have nobody online. That's Chelsea's iPhone. So Chelsea, if you're listening, good morning. All right. Anything else before we move on? We are then at item 4, team building game icebreaker. I think we'll turn it over to our team building specialist, Jen.
I'm here. Hi. All right, so we are going to do a game and we're gonna have to stand up. None of these games, with the exception of one, actually, none of these games are going to, well, one of them will be in your seat. The rest of them, we're gonna be standing up, we're gonna be moving. So, come on over here. Can we go over here? In an
I
area over
think
here?
we need to try to stay in this area. There are no mics or anything over there.
Well, that's okay. You're not gonna be hearing. You're not gonna be, we're not really talking. This isn't really gonna be a talking, it's more of a visual.
So we're
And
not discussing board business.
no, we're not talking about any board business. This is strictly team building. So that's what this is. That's what this one is.
Can't be seen over there, right?
Yeah, we can't.
We can, I believe there is a camera that
I can see behind you.
Okay,
Right
you
there.
wanna come over this way? We
I
can do
think
it over
we
here.
could do that. Is that
Can't get
okay with
the food.
everybody? I just want to check with our Media Factory folks to make sure that's
Maybe we
appropriate.
should go there and see what happens.
Yeah. Right after.
This is the risk stuff.
Right, no, it's not gonna work.
He can't see or hear us over here, Sam.
Okay.
Well, you don't need to, well, where can we go? Cause that's the whole purpose of, where can we do this?
Wasn't there
Can we-
enough time over there?
We want to push, you know, what we could potentially do is maybe push that table there back a little bit and move this one up slightly.
Yeah.
Would that be okay?
What if we don't?
Let's do that. And then we could maybe congregate right there where the table is that Dan's at. No, I would say if we.
Move it this way. Got it.
Otherwise, we'll be tripping on wires.
Right, we want to avoid the wires. And then we could turn one of the microphones that way. Just to
We're
pick
doing,
up the
we're
audio.
doing a team building here, so we need to have some space where we can, yeah,
All right, and
all right.
yeah.
Thank you for everything going on.
That would go back.
Back up there. Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
I'm just gonna roll with it. That's what I'm gonna do.
All right.
We're not.
So let's just make sure that
So
we're,
this game All right, we're gonna start with one. And we
Make sure
can
we
be
get
in
the
whatever
microphone here.
pattern here that we want, okay? But how it starts, this is a game, it's called the Zulu toss, and it's all about communication. So it probably would be better is if we did, there's what, 7 of us right now, maybe if we do 3 and 4 or something, I mean, you could do it this way, however you wanna do it, but
Like 2 lines.
yeah. Yeah, actually, that's okay, we'll put Seamus over here on the end.
Paul.
This is good. So how it starts, what we're gonna do, actually, I'm gonna kind of get out of this, Seamus, I'm gonna let you get into it. I'll be your mediator here. So how this game works is if you take the ball, you can throw it to whoever you want. Toss it to somebody, no, you toss it to someone. Then you toss it to someone. You toss it to someone.
No eye contact.
You toss it to someone. So the whole purpose of this is it's teaching about communication, and with communication, there's always the sender who is sending it. There's always the receiver who receives it, and the ball is the message, okay? So do you know the pattern that you just had?
Oh.
So wherever you
started it.
started, think about what your pattern is going to be. So go through it again,
Okay.
okay?
Oh, sorry, dropped the ball.
Apologies.
That's okay.
I could probably repeat that next time.
No, that's okay. Right. Just remember who you're throwing it to, so you know what your pattern is.
Back to me.
Right.
Okay, you wanna do it a couple more times?
Sorry.
No.
Like, I never played baseball.
Good?
Give
All
the
right.
books all these.
Guess what? There's more messages coming into this. You ready?
Same
We're
person or
not
different
We're not gonna have, nope, same person.
Oh, okay,
You
okay. I
can go in the same,
I
you
do
can go
that.
in the same
Oh,
line.
I gotta pay
You
attention.
gotta pay
Yeah.
attention,
Yeah.
all right, so pay attention. To as you're throwing your.
No, I do this with my dog.
No, Emily, don't worry, I'll grab it.
Well, we know who's not answering email.
Not gonna drop it. My microphone.
Pay attention, Jim.
Ready, tell me when you're ready.
Ready.
And now we got another one in the mix. So this is all about communication.
Right.
What does it tell you about communication?
Gotta pay attention.
You gotta pay attention. There's a sender, there's a receiver. The sender has to make sure the receiver is paying attention and the receiver has to respond.
Just remember, guys,
You
this
gotta
is
be
on video,
accurate.
so don't blow it.
All right.
That's what I'm like.
Okay, this is gonna be interesting.
Great. You know, and the thing is, it's also about taking the time to slow it down and keep sleeping. All right, how many of you guys have a play right now?
I don't know, but I'm backed up on messages.
Oh, no, the stream.
One,
Let's see.
if everybody else one yet.
Let's see. Hold your balls and let's see.
Let's see, who's got one?
I don't have one.
Okay.
Now I do.
I think
Right.
Seamus
Did
has
everybody,
2.
did everybody have one?
Yeah, Seamus is constantly
You got 2?
with 2.
Okay, and now.
Oh gosh, she's
Okay,
coming for
ready?
me.
Oh, it's complicated. It's not to get what- no, oops, don't worry about it. Here's the thing. What we're gonna do is, okay, does everybody feel pretty comfortable with that?
Nope.
That- Oh,
You should ask.
Yeah.
Do 2 more times around, 2 more times around.
I'm throwing here.
Everybody should, I think there should be 6 balls out. Or should be. All right,
Dan isn't playing.
Now, if somebody starts juggling these, I will be very impressed.
You can
Oh,
hold
it's
stuff fast.
cross-communication.
Switch. He's got 2, I can only.
I know, you know, I throw.
Dan, I appreciate your hand-eye coordination.
does everybody have at least, does everybody have one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
One?
Does anyone have
There's
2?
one. All right, so everybody has 6. Now what I want you to do is think about, we're gonna change it up. Go in the exact opposite. So whoever you were receiving it from, that's who you need now to send it to. Try that.
Okay.
And you can start just one at a, don't let one go, and then
Okay.
as you get going.
So we might have 2 at some point.
There you go.
For you. Can't do this with one hand. That's for you, Seamus. Sorry, you weren't paying attention. That's against the rules. There you go, that one's for you.
Or PT.
We're not used to looking at the other person.
No.
Oh, sorry, sorry. Not a good throw, I think. There we go, a little better.
Yep, yeah. Heads up.
James, you got the hang of it. Just hold on to that other one and you're good.
Oh, here we go.
Right, so I'm gonna give everybody one of these. As you're doing it, I'm gonna just read through this real quick. Everyone's gonna get one of these.
Okay, I was like, right now?
Leadership, well, if you wanna keep going, you can hold it. Leadership learnings, the Zulu toss. Number one, the importance of clear goals and rules. Learning, teams struggle when objectives or rules are unclear and change without explanation. So if all of a sudden somebody just started throwing you a different ball, you'd be like, what? Insight, leaders must define and communicate expectations clearly. That's one of the key takeaways. The role of adaptive leadership. Game evolves with unexpected twists. If you add balls or you change the patterns, it requires quick adaptation. So the insight is that flexibility and resilience are key traits of effective leaders. Empowerment over command. Leaders who delegate, trust their team, and foster collaboration tend to succeed faster. Micromanagement slows progress and increases frustration. So if you're slowing down and you're not getting it out, that can cause an issue. Observation and feedback. The best leaders observe the team dynamics, provide timely feedback or facilitation rather than jumping into control. And reflective observation often leads to insightful strategy shifts. All right, so communication learnings. Active listening and nonverbal cues. Success often hinges on team members carefully listening and watching one another, right? Because if you throw something and nobody's paying attention to you, then, so you gotta pay close attention. And that's nonverbal, that's you're obviously in a space. Clarity and simplicity. Overly complex instructions or unclear signals can lead to breakdowns. So if it was like, now I'm gonna have you throw in 2 balls, so keep it simple. Communication with clarity is essentially clean team settings. Feedback loops matter. The learning, iterative feedback within the team helps refine strategies and improve performance. And real-time feedback, when constructive, boosts efficiency and morale. And then inclusivity, teams that involve all the members and ensure everyone's voice is heard perform better. Silent members may hold valuable insights and leaders should draw them in. So those are some of the key takeaways with this day, this is good talks.
That's the one criticism of it is that I only ever communicated with them.
Yeah, you can mix it up.
Yeah.
You can change it
It's
up.
hard.
That'd be hard.
You can change it up. But yeah, once you're kind of going, but I think the key thing that whenever I first played this game, it was all about the importance of the communicator, right? The sender, the receiver, and then the message. So you've got to make sure if you're sending it and you're not getting or you're not receiving anything, then that's where communication breaks down. So you've got to keep that loop kind of going, right? All right.
Good idea.
Game on.
Thank you, Jack.
Good, wow. I think we did really well. Yeah, I was impressed.
I know, it's a lot.
You can step in here.
Thank you, Tim.
You're welcome. And if you don't mind, I actually added a 5th game in. And this one's fine. You guys can sit at your seats and you can do this. But I'm going to hand these out right now. And this is another team building game. And these are rocks. Not surprised from a geologist that I'm gonna bring rocks from meeting. But these are actually from Acadia National, or not Acadia, from Olympic National Park. Oh, actually. When did you go? In 2020, just from last year. Love that. Yeah, this is from Ruby Beach. So we've got some rocks here and the whole purpose of this is I want you to study your rocks. Study them very, very closely. Okay. And we can keep going and continue with the agenda, but as we're here today, just really study your rock carefully. Okay?
Thank you, Ken. That was really a lot of fun.
Morning exercise.
No, I'm sorry, I counted them today and I was like, these came from my daughter's room because she stacks them, she still does like little rocks, cairns, and she has them, so I running out of time and I grabbed them.
You know, when anything's athletic like that, I'm like, I don't know, I mean.
It's good to get up and move, so thank you.
Yeah.
It's good to have fun together.
All right, that brings us to our discussion around board work plans, and we've got 25 or 35 minutes dedicated to this, about 30 now. Just really quickly, just to make sure we're on track, I just want to kind of run down through, we've got communications plan, racing, board member roles, school board vision and goals, which is a lot to cover in 30 minutes. It's, okay. And I'm just wondering if we want to kind of specify how much time we'd like to spend on each topic, so we don't end up pushing up against other things. We have a second team building game, so if our discussion leads over into that, Jen, is that going to potentially present an
problem.
issue?
No problem.
yeah.
The next one probably won't take
Yeah,
20 minutes.
there's just a new.
I don't know if that's the new one.
Okay, so, all right, let's do, let's start with communications plan. I know, do we remember what this topic, I'm gonna be honest, I was expecting Chelsea to be here, so just wanna frame the conversation here appropriately.
Feel like Jen.
What's
So
that? Oh,
could that be around, the way that, for example, we put together materials that we send out to the community?
It could be, like,
So-
would you be okay with maybe shuffling a little bit? I know Chelsea is supposed to be here, and we could maybe move this particular topic down a little bit further. I think she sort of can frame it for us better than I can.
Yep.
So let's do that. Let's move on to RACI, which I think, Jen, you were gonna lead us on that as well.
yeah.
And you'll notice that I had the acronym spelled out.
Oh, good,
Yes.
good. Okay. So with that, you know, what I was thinking is we do like a flip chart, and we can even kind of brainstorm this going forward, how we want to do this. But RACI stands for Responsible, Accountable, Consulted, and Informed. And it's a project management overview where when you're working on different activities, it's always good to know like who's on point, who holds the, you know, who's responsible for it, but then you're gonna have the person who's accountable, who ultimately drives the process at the end of the day, right? They're the owner of it. The consulted is if you need to solicit information from people that you would maybe send it out and they would have an opportunity to weigh in on it. And then if someone is informed, it's more just like, I'm an FYI, but we don't expect you to action this, right? And so I've just been thinking about, there's a number of, you know, topics and things that we work with and through, and I would love to put together, you know, kind of a punch list of these are all of the different things that the school board has the responsibility to deal with. Whether it is, you know, our monitoring reports, whether it's our invoicing that we need to review, whether it's, you know, hires that are happening and teachers are coming in or staff are coming in. And it would just be more of a comprehensive understanding, like these are all the things that we would potentially be touching. And having a list and being able to understand, you know, who's on point for what if we're doing these things. Because some of the things I do think that we are, you know, potentially responsible for. So for example, a letter to the other paper. If we're going to be doing a communication to the other paper, you know, who would potentially be responsible for writing it? Who's accountable for, you know, the final version that goes in that needs to be blessed by the board? Does everyone need to be consulted or do they just need to be informed? So I think putting some structure together around things like that could help us down the road. Emails to the public. If we are receiving communication from the public, I know I just received an email last night and I did respond to that individual and to the board, just to let her know that it was not readable, that I didn't have access. You know, I think that's okay for me to do, right? I don't think every communication needs to come from the board chair, but I think, again, just building that process. So what I had hoped is if we'd have like a parking lot, I don't know if there's a flip chart, oh, there's one. And maybe some markers, what we could do is, you know, we could even just do this on our notes, but let's capture what are some of those big topics where we need to get alignment and engagement so that we know that what we're doing is correct and that we're not getting out of our lane and we're following the process that we need to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe, rather than doing a whiteboard, which I think would be challenging from a reporting perspective for
Yeah.
the audience to see, and we may want to go back and look at it later.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps you could share like Excel or something, if we could capture bullet points in Excel online, so everybody can see that, and we would have a sort of document afterwards.
Okay,
Would that, be willing to do that?
I would. I'm not plugged in at all right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me go ahead and I will bring up.
Mouse, so I'm going.
Okay,
Let me
Excel
go-
without a mouse is not.
Since it was my idea, I will go ahead and bring up Excel, and if there's a way you want to frame the discussion, Jen, just let me know.
Okay.
So can I share, Nick? Do I have the option to share? You should, yeah. I
And
believe share,
Jen, I
yes, I
did
do.
notice that last night, and I thought to myself, that seems like it's okay, because you weren't, saying anything from the board, you know, there was no, it was just, we
We're
can't
sharing your screens.
read this
Okay.
document. So,
we can't read it.
right, and if you weren't able to do that and you had to wait, it would have taken more days would go by before that message was even given, so we could see the document.
Well, and
So-
she responded to me like immediately. I don't know if you all also saw the note, but it was just, wow, thank you so much. And, we're looking at our email all the time. And it hurts my heart when I see things come in and feel like we cannot respond to this more efficiently than sometimes we do. Because, or I'll craft an email and send it and say, hey, here's my recommended suggestion for how to communicate this. And I do think that we've got a responsibility to be responsive. We updated the website or the email out of office or whatever it is, the notification. Recently, the automatic reply that give us 5 days, but we should then be responding in that period of time. So I did respond to the community member that reached out last night. I let her know we couldn't read it. And then I did just send her from my own personal, like, thank you very much. I received it. I really appreciate your comments. Just to acknowledge that. Now, that's not a statement on behalf of the board. It was just, I am acknowledging it and I appreciate you reaching out. So again, I think some clarity around that is really important.
So is your goal to like get some on the whiteboard or in the Excel, write down some Rs and then kind of, or like, can you see that with some,
It's more like
kind of-
tasks, and then like, who is the rate, what's the rating for the specific task?
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Can you?
So task one could be like, if we just start with,
Start with
community emails. Community emails, number one.
And we're not necessarily making a final decision about who is assigned each one, I think, right, we're exploring the space of what the tasks are.
Exactly.
Making some initial thoughts about who might be responsible, and then we might have time to reflect on that and say, okay. Or like, here's how this relates to the policy, here's how this relates to the
Exactly.
date, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you can all see, I've shared and I just put in, on the left, we've got our task or our action. And then we would go across and say who's responsible, who do we think is accountable, consulted and informed. So I'll open it up for the next 10 minutes or so and we'll run down through.
And you know what? And even if right now, I mean, we may just like kind of get everything out. Like, okay, emails, the other paper articles, I'm trying to think, what is,
Bringing seltzer to board minutes.
yes.
Continue to
exactly.
supply of sourdough bread. I think these are some important.
Very important, very important.
All right, so do you want me to put down other paper articles?
Yeah, absolutely. And then, and I think that this is gonna hopefully be a living, breathing document. It should stay evergreen and we can go back and refresh it and at least again, have some guidance there.
And I feel like the more ideas that get out, the better, so people shouldn't filter,
Yeah,
so seltzer.
spitball,
I'm not kidding.
spitball.
I'll put down seltzer.
What's the password?
Email response or community email?
Hey, Nick, would we be able to project this so that folks can?
We can, yeah.
Thanks so much.
Oh, never mind. Hotspot. I don't have internet. I'm on my.
What other-
other computer.
What else? Other paper, I'm gonna put down, should I say emails from public?
Yes. That's a big one.
And there's monitoring social media,
Yes,
responding
Monitoring.
to social media.
yes.
Social media, responding,
Designing budget mailer.
Popcorn.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna put it down. Designing budget mailer,
Updating the website,
website, and this is the district website.
the school board page on the district website, yeah.
Section,
I think, board, ownership over the board approved budget. So what is the board's plan to communicate, and share a budget once it's finalized, but also engagement during the budget process?
I'm gonna put those as separate topics.
I also think that, to add on to Seamus's line of thinking on, regarding social media, both development of materials and monitoring, I think the same could go for press of any kind. So social media of any kind, press of any kind, whether it's newspaper or
Right.
whatever, so that the board is really having a role in the management of, now I'm going to monitoring report 2.7, right? So that's what I've been working on, is like protecting the, the district's reputation. So how is the board interfacing with the community to share what's happening in the district?
And so I think press engagement, also press monitoring,
Two separate or the same?
I think separate because, you know. They could be assigned to different functions, different. There's software that monitors press, not that we would buy it, but it's separate.
So we're saying like monitoring like other paper or
Everything, any source of,
should we combine that with social media? Where are they two? Are they?
I don't think it's necessary, yeah, maybe it turns, it's more,
Different.
yeah,
Okay.
but we don't know yet.
Would community forums fall up in this category? Yeah,
Great idea.
and that is critical. I know we have donuts and discussion, but I think, so that's a daytime option, but I can't make it to the evening option.
Yeah, and we're just, so I view donuts and discussion as my engagement that I'm leading.
Yeah,
This,
that makes sense, yeah.
are we just doing, this is board
This is
specific,
board,
right?
Yeah.
But your point is exactly right,
I
is
thought I might
that
put
the
that in
board
you.
needs a
Do you want
version
a
of
board member
that.
at that?
I always think, so I think that the more engagement, the better, and I do think that it builds trust in the community to have your superintendent and your board members
So adding,
representing, being available for feedback.
participating donuts.
Both,
Yeah.
both at, both in events that are organized and supported by the district and by the board.
Yeah.
I think that is really important, that transparency and access is widely available. And
And
board members have been great about coming to D and D, so I don't think you all, we've always had board members.
So I just wrote down participating in events organized by the district or board. Is that what I heard?
I think you should be specific, cause this list, cause there could, in my opinion, this list should be longer rather than condensed. 'cause there-
Absolutely. So you want me to separate and say participating in events organized by the board?
Yeah,
And then participating in events organized by the district.
I wonder
that-
which, yeah, I think that's great. And then I would add like which board member is responsible for communications in buckets. So for instance, negotiations, updates with the community that are obviously not violating the mutually set ground rules, but I think those should happen periodically at board meetings.
Say that again, Violet, just so I-
Negotiations updates which do not violate mutually agreed upon ground rules, provided consistently to the public. So who is the point person on that, right? Just getting to that, like, who's responsible for that?
and I don't think we, or I guess we could, I think we should list should get longer before it gets shorter, like. Public comment, update, community engagement. Update, treatment of community, update, like,
Updating the policy.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like, I think we should list out any policies that we can see from now, we think we wanna. Review or update,
policy review, refresh, update, is that right?
but I would say let's add specific line items for things that people are interested in looking at, like, for example. I'm interested in adding like 2 words to the treatment of community policy,
Okay, so
public comment, treatment of community, social media. I think
Yeah.
there's all different line
I'm
items.
thinking and I think you're absolutely right, Seamus, it's rather than specifying specific policies. I'm wondering if we want to sort of make this a general racy, like if we do feel like there's a need for a policy refresh, how does that work and where do we fit in to request
The
that?
only reason I think it should be listed out separately is because I think that will help us have a concrete idea of what we're talking about. Cause like, I don't think that necessarily what I'm suggesting right now is that we go through every single policy and try to find things we can update in. I'm only bringing up 3 policies that I have noticed, I think, you know. And so if anybody else has policies that they think are you know, they've noticed there's something that they think maybe you should mention it now.
Sure.
I would love to add to expand on that, consistent review and modification of policies and updating. And then that falls within the board lane, and then my responsibility is then to update procedures to align with any modifications in the policy. So that's an example of how we work in tandem there as well.
Right, it's like what Tim did when he said, hey, I don't think we ever, you know, it's kind of like policy gardening. It's like what Tim did when he said,
I'm
we
gonna write that
haven't
down, I like
approved the
that.
policy, we warned a policy, but we never approved it, so do we need to go back? And actually approve it?
And I just want to do a side note here that Jen is on track to become a master gardener, so.
So I wanted to throw a couple in here real quick before I forget about them. Up at the top, from emails from the public, can we also add a line in either above or below that regarding our email log? You know, because we have a log that I've started and it would be great to have maintaining the email log.
It's basically like a support ticketing system,
Yeah,
in the sense of like, every person who writes in expects a response, and the way that business does that is with the ticketing
Yeah.
system.
so I think maintaining that, and then I think regarding public comments somewhere in there also, one of the suggestions that I have is that we have a sign-in sheet whenever people come to do public comment, and that they would sign in and say, okay, this is my name, this is the town that I'm from, this is my email address, and my recommendation would be every person that gets up and speaks at a board meeting should receive a response, even if it's just saying, thank you for standing up and speaking at the board meeting. But, you know, I mean,
That is in my proposal, the sign-in sheet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it okay if I put down public comment policy?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Because
but-
it's a big deal, but I just wanna make sure that we've
yeah,
already got an advisory going for that.
yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying for the purpose of this, like the idea of sign-in sheet / follow-up, or however we want to
Right.
capture
And
it, just so that isn't lost.
I wanna make sure the thread isn't lost, that there's one, some kind of record being proposed for public comment. Is there also one for welcome to the board meeting? Here's what you can expect. Please sign
Yeah.
in. Please,
That
this
was
is on
mine.
yours, I know, yeah.
That's
So
mine.
I think
I've
both,
already done this, yeah.
that's exactly right. So I
Yeah.
think both are necessary.
Yeah, 100%.
So when someone comes in, it would be, yes, sign in for just general attendance, not necessarily wanting to speak. And probably one sign up sheet where they could indicate if they plan to make a comment or not. Or you could have folks have a different log where if they do make a comment, they can sign up. But it's a way of, welcome,
So well.
sign in, it's a standard practice. And here's our public comment guidelines. Here's the QR code where you can find the agenda. Welcome. You may come and go as you please. Thank you for being here. Kinds of here is how our board operates. And this is work that we did with Michael Healy from Culminate.
Culminate? I don't have it with me, I think, so, yeah.
Laura did a really nice job. Laura and I have been on the same page. We've been trying to get the board to adopt this for what is this, 2 years?
2.5 years.
So the work with that consultant was really aligned with, I think, sort of VSBA's vision to
Yeah.
best practice for supporting communities and welcoming the.
Yeah, and even if we agree on that, we don't have to like decide to do that, right? I mean, like,
Yeah,
we should
yeah.
get it on the floor, get it on the list.
But is that typical? I mean, I've never been to an open meeting where I had to sign in and indicate whether I was gonna speak or not.
Yeah, for me, I don't know, but, I would think that, that some people may not want to.
We don't have to decide.
Yeah, if it's all.
I know we're not
It's
making
just kind of-
a decision now, I'm just saying, I've never been to a public meeting where I had to sign in.
They do at the city market, that's how
And
they run their board
indicate that
meetings.
I plan on speaking, because even if I had to sign in, let's say. And I didn't plan on speaking, if I heard something that piqued my interest, I might wanna speak, even though I indicated I didn't. want to.
And even if I don't like, since we seem to be talking about it, like.
So I wanna stop us for a
Yeah.
second because we have limited time and I
Yeah.
think we're kind of going down.
Spitball.
You've got an advisory
Spitball.
for this already. So at this point, we've got about 20+ topics. Do we want to kind of walk through one or two of these?
Can you add
Get
in
it.
citizen assembly?
Citizen assembly, sure.
Yeah, I think everybody who has ideas for things that we need to work on should talk about them now. Should not talk about, should mention them now, because
So build the
then we don't
list out
necessarily
now and then
go
we
through it.
come
we
back.
can always come back to this in another.
We can do this exercise in another board meeting, for example, take 10.
Who manages front porch forum posts? Is
Okay.
that separate from, sort of those things too?
And then, yeah, Jen, what did you wanna do with those other columns when we were done with making bigger?
I mean, I would suggest that we do is we can throw in people's initials. Or you could either just have, and some things may be changing, but you could either put in, because of the size of this group, which isn't too big, I would think that you could put in potential initials on some of those things.
And since we haven't decided on most of them. I think it's almost like saying who would like to be responsible, not an official assignment of who is responsible.
Right.
Right.
So I just wanna recognize that our board chair, Chelsea Tillinghast has joined, so public's aware, and at this point, I will remain as chair till she asks to take over. Is that okay, Chelsea?
That's great.
All right, so that way we can transition at an appropriate time. So at this point, let me just kind of come back to this and make sure we're accomplished. We've got a lot of things. There's a lot of places I can see we want to go into discussion on. At this point, again, we've got about 25 topics. Is there anything else anybody would like to add to the list as a particular topic that you don't see? So I can scroll up and, let me just scroll up and I'll
Yeah.
kind of run down through that. We've got other paper articles, Seltzer, which I think is important.
Well,
Emails.
don't read them, because I think we should
We
just,
should just,
go, like, for example, on 18, I actually don't want to update treatment of staff, I want to update treatment of community.
thank you.
And then I think what we're missing from here is a review of social media policy.
Well, you could just say
I don't think
because you
we
could
should-
have policies. And then you can break it out and put in there which were the ones, because depending upon which policies you have, you're gonna have maybe different people that are gonna be.
That's why I want to put
Yeah.
individual ones.
So I do have number 19 is consistent review of policies and updates, right? And then Seamus wanted to call out a few in particular. So I think we'll have just a list here and we'll review what we do with the list once we've.
Like, I view the value of what you're doing here is telling each other what we're interested in.
Exactly.
And can I was listening, I thought Chelsea's iPhone, that was me. I would just like to suggest to the board that you consider all of this planning you're hoping to do right now. How are you going to do that every time the board is a new constitution of board members? Because every time, whether it be 1, 2, 3, or 4 new board members, you're going to have to adopt and be flexible to new ideas and new ways that people want to do things. And you do have the formal reorganization in the first meeting where you select the chair and the clerk, but that's so broad. And I think that setting a standard practice of how the team will come together and do all of this work that I actually think is like, this list alone is like 40 hours worth of work, not 25 minutes. And I think as I was listening, I was like, oh, I love it. And also, how do you do this every time the board changes?
So I think you should add a column for new board reorganization meeting.
And like
Revamp.
reassigning these responsibilities, and these responsibilities need to be trained. And what do you do when you think someone is like really way outside what the board's scope is because they just don't know? And also having an appreciation for how chilling open meeting law is to the board's work, so.
So I just put down here, if I can reiterate, I think what you were saying is, how are we gonna track, assign, train on these tasks on an ongoing basis?
Yeah,
So that would be something we'd want
I think
to.
it would be immensely helpful.
One thing I would also add there is onboarding of new board members.
Mhm.
Training and onboarding of board members. But you know, the whole purpose here is, these are the responsibilities, like, we're just spitballing. These are the things that board members need to know and touch or whatever. So if you have reiteration, new people that are coming in, at minimum, that you would have a map to say, these are some of the things that, this is what we own and that we are, you know, that we manage. And people can decide where would they like to fit in on those. So I'm not saying necessarily that we're tracking and updating all these, and I recognize there's a lot of time that goes into it, but this is just to create the map. The detail, the meat is in those separate things. It's not on this.
And the real
day.
list, the total list of things that we're actually responsible for is much longer than this, I think.
Yeah,
And okay, like formally responsible for monitoring. You know, reports, but I think that there's more, and so this is kind of like a informal list. And it can get added to, and like you're saying, I don't think it's a support, it's not like a project management system.
no,
It's more a communication.
it's a map.
So speaking of communication, I just want to do a time check. We're at 5:10. We're supposed to end this entire section at 10. So
To add, and then I can be done, we should look, I would advise board members to look at board policies and look at our ends, because in our ends, there is there's a pretty clear framework on communications and responsibilities. So I want to make sure that the board is attending to those details as this. Because we cannot be, the board shouldn't be developing plans which don't align with the ends.
So, and I do want to share, Violet, I think that's an excellent comment. I did put it in column F, policy link.
Great.
Because I believe anything we come up with should be linked back to policy in some way, so we
Right.
have clear connection there, so.
And roles and responsibilities are outlined pretty effectively in the policy. So wanted to just make sure that connection is solidified.
Do we want to continue with this discussion? Do we want to move on? How would you guys like to proceed
I
here?
mean, I would just like to add, I feel like this is a good start. I'd like to know, how can we continue to progress this? Or is this something that can only be worked when we're all together? I mean, could we have a group that takes it and kind of, you know, works on it and then brings it back and shares it during?
Well, I think
Yes.
one thing is that we're trying to get interest in particular items. And so maybe like Tim, if you copied this into a Google Doc and we spent the next 3 minutes of people just putting their names on things that they care about. And then we have to stop if we're the whole group. And since it is about people showing interest, I don't know if we can move it to a small group.
Yeah,
You know.
I think this is where you're bumping into the open meeting law thing, and I just like, ideally, if we could all continuously find long chunks of time like this to work on these things, we could just work on them. It just has to be in public.
What I would suggest,
Committee work.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Nancy. My suggestion would be that next steps would be for people to take this list and send to the chair their priorities. We prioritize the list and then we potentially talk about it at a board meeting and and then I think at a board meeting, what would be really helpful for the public to see this is we actually walk through the RACI components of this and we have that discussion and see where we want to head with it, right? And that way, and it's going to take time. I think we recognize that and so I think that would be my suggestion, is that you can.
There's a comment in here too, last one, and I think that all of this actually buttons up pretty nicely, because we do have to talk something separate about the communications that we've done, but I feel like this helps to all of this with the communication plan, like how we're presenting. Board member roles, I feel like a lot of that fits into this as well. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe there was something else there, but I think the school board vision and goals, I don't know that I know that this district has a mission and has goals, and I've seen that the school board has goals. I haven't seen a school board vision.
But let's get there. Like, I think that what Tim proposed seems to me like a good way of, like, we all submit to the chair what we're interested in
Yeah.
off this list. And then maybe in terms of the board member roles, we could go to what the superintendent just mentioned around there being something in the policy saying here are the roles. And we can put that on screen and.
I think to, sorry.
No, go right ahead, Chelsea, sorry.
I think to effectively work on things as a team without violating the open meeting law, you have to trust that the chair is going to take what you've said and represent it correctly. So like, this is a really simple example of you have to trust that you're going to email me and I'm going to organize, or the chair, whoever, organize this, and you'll be able to view it and give me your feedback, and I'll be responsive to changing anything. Like that is effectively how the board can work on projects independently outside of meetings without violating open meeting law, is having your point person, your spokesperson, understanding all of the board member perspectives all the time and trying to shape the board statements, the board work that represents everyone's view. Does that make sense? I just feel like, that is counterintuitive, like, it's counterintuitive to just feel, or it's, I can't be articulate right now, so.
That's okay.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
And I was thinking about what Chelsea said about this needing to move from board to board, and I think about project management, and I think about roles and responsibilities. And this doesn't really align with people having passion for certain things, but one thing I was thinking of was breaking these out into similar tasks so that each board member has a different role. And so I'm the communications person.
Yes.
And so I do all the communications, and if I leave, the person who comes in for my place would be the communications person. If that didn't work for them, maybe they can switch with a different person who has some other policy responsibility. Again, that doesn't work. I mean, it's just an idea
I think
to
that's a
like
great idea.
combine with what we're talking.
So let me just kind of wrap this up so we can move on to the next bullet point. What I suggested was that, board members send to Chelsea, their prioritized list. I will share this out. I'll put it in a Google Doc in a read-only format. You can prioritize it, send it in. After that, we could work, potentially in a board meeting to organize the topics. I think that's a great idea. And I think it would be helpful for the public to see us working that. And ultimately, I will share, as somebody who, when I came onto the board, struggled with how kind of, not just the policy, but how things work. This is a phenomenal exercise because this could potentially just lead to a nice handbook that's like, here's how we kind of do things, right? And that could become a bylaw even, right? But I think this is great. So are we good with that?
The other thing I like about roles is spreading things out. differently.
Absolutely.
So it's not that Seamus takes 15 things and I take one, you know?
Well, Seamus is
I
like
think it'd be
that.
fine.
He'll just take 15.
Hold
you know. Okay, good. So that said, are we good with this topic?
Yes.
And I would also say that if you, and Chelsea, what do you think? If you want to add stuff to this list, which I think is going to happen on an ongoing basis, perhaps we add this to an agenda at the board meeting just to review the RACI. And if we feel like we'd like to add something and we can see it evolve over time and organized over
Yeah.
time. Okay.
And the good thing about the list that we just made is that you're gonna want, it's like when you leave your house for a trip, and as soon as you get a mile away, you realize what you've forgotten.
Right. I never do that.
Well, that's why you have to
This
pack
is
in
just a minor.
advance, and then you just stew on
Right,
it for
right.
multiple days. It's
3
how,
weeks
it's
in
how I
advance.
ensure that I never forget 2 tips.
Okay, so I'm going to send list.
Before we shift off of this real quick,
Sure.
this is on that kind of topic. Yesterday, and I guess this is the second time, I don't recall seeing an earlier email, but it's, a member of the school who'd reached out asking if we could participate, if someone would be willing to participate in the wellness committee. And I'd like to respond to that. I feel like it's, maybe, I don't know if there's a spot on there for, committees, whether it's school committees or, participation in school committees. I don't know if, I'd like to just respond to her right now and say, yes, I'd like to do that, but do we need
Let's
to?
connect on that, because if it's operational, then that would require interfacing with me. So is it an employee that reached out to you?
Yes.
And probably
The school nurse.
in this email, yeah. So anything operational, so our governance structure is clear that operations are the superintendent's realm, and so that's why there's this structure of like board to chair to superintendent, superintendent to staff, staff to the superintendent. I will certainly have this email, so that would be something you connect with the superintendent on.
Right.
As outlined in our policies.
No, that's great, Jen. I was wondering about it too, and I'd like to hear that you're interested in doing it so that I know that this is something that's moving along. And then-
Standardly, seeing an email like this, the chair would talk to the superintendent and also add it to a board agenda so that the board could discuss in open session who is going, who's interested, would like to do it. Board members are often added to committees, whether it be in the city or in the schools or outside of both. And it's just like making sure as a board, everyone's had a chance to say whether or not they'd like to and.
So in real time, can we just work through this as an example? So she's reached out, apparently this is a follow-up. Would it be acceptable to respond, like if I see a response, an email come in, can I respond and say, thank you for your email? We will discuss this, or does that have to come from you?
So if this is the example, I personally wouldn't have a problem with you thanking that person as me as the chair. But I think for your organization, you should have default, everything comes from the chair. And if in this case, you feel that I'm not answering soon enough, you could say to me, I'd like to respond to this person, or could you please respond to this person? And if there becomes a pattern of the chair is not responsive enough or fast enough for the group, then that needs to be a discussion about like the chair's.
Yeah, because I feel like with so much information coming in and out, there can be a bottleneck.
And I think that one of the things you've identified on the sheet here, there's an action item for like responding to emails. And so the default with our current board would be what you're saying. And I think the point is to bring that up as a topic that the board can decide on and say, well, in this case, we want to continue with the current practice, or we want to assign, we want to
Right.
delegate the current practice.
Yeah,
We
just-
can't decide that now.
Just working through this example.
So this
I wanna
example,
pull
I just-
this one up.
The email would be, it goes to the chair and then the response is, so I need to connect with that employee because the request should come from. If there's ever a board member request to be on a committee, it should be me requesting that I'm looking for a board member on a school committee. We have awesome employees and like exceptional employees, absolutely heart in the best place, but when there's, the governance structure is clear that this is an operational thing, and so it should come from me. So, the follow-up is, board members share it with the chair and I can connect, and typically I can provide, or maybe already have, in a lot of cases, already provided information to the chair on what the initiative is. And this, so it's a, thanks for your email, this is operational, please reach out to superintendent, that kind of thing.
All right, I'm gonna move us on because I have concerns.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
But this was a great conversation and I just wanna kind of say here, what I'm seeing is just this need to know and we need to understand the small stuff, right? Which is really, really important, because that's where we struggle and I struggle, I will say. So this is a great conversation. Thank you. So again, just reiterating what's going to happen here next, I will publish this out to Google Docs. And then I will provide everybody a link to it. You'll look at it, prioritize it, send your feedback to Chelsea. She will consolidate that. Would we like to add this to, it won't be on this agenda coming up, I think on May 7th, we have quite a bit, but we could look at adding it to the next agenda after that as an item to review. Good with that? All right, let's move on. We have, so Chelsea, we postponed the discussion around communications plan. I wasn't quite sure what we were discussing there. Just a time check, we're at 10:08. We had said that we would move on to our second team building game at 10. So we're sort of well behind at this point. I want to keep us on track. Do we want to try to get to the second team building game? Do we want to continue with this? Because we've still got 3 items left in the discussion.
Maybe we could move some of them to the 10:20 to 12 o'clock block. Oh, wait.
I think that some of the communications plan discussion was happening in the roles and responsibilities topic.
So-
And as I was listening to the discussion on my way here, I think the communication plan topic alone needs to be like a large agenda item in a future meeting or a future retreat. Like, I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done on communication, and we cannot possibly do it and give it its due in like 2 minutes, so.
So strike it from this agenda, move it to another agenda where we can work on it.
Or strike something else on our agenda to
Or could we
discuss,
move it, could we make the ends thing shorter and talk about it then?
whatever the board, can you see how slow work gets done when you can only meet like every other week? So I think it's a priority. Do you want to use this time? Sorry, you're trying this.
No,
but-
no, I would, do you want to take over? Yes,
Sure.
why don't you take, so I'm going to turn chair over to Chelsea and, I'm gonna say.
An excellent
Yeah.
job.
Well, I'll try to keep us on time still as clerk, how's that?
Sounds great.
Okay,
I
okay,
think
we have
that
2 minutes, go.
the decision right now is we have blocked out time to have policy discussion. But also what I'm hearing from the board is the communications plan is also very important and time sensitive. So as a group, do we want to reduce our policy discussion time to make more space for a communications plan today? Or would we like a communications plan on a future agenda?
So who brought up the communications plan?
The discussion items in agenda item 5, I put on the agenda from what I've heard the team.
So who wants to speak up for the communication plan, discussion?
Happy to speak to it.
And does that like, I guess what I'm looking for.
I don't know enough about it,
Chat.
it's both, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess if we have, which we do, the limited amount of time to work together. We have blocked out an hour and 10 minutes plus. An hour and 40 minutes, so 2 hours and 50 minutes for policy discussion. Do we want to reduce any of that policy discussion time to expand time for a communications plan discussion? That's what I'm looking.
I
for.
just wanna understand better what the communications plan discussion is about.
So I think it is about like a full plan and framework on where we've been, where we'd like to go, and how we're going to get where we want to go in communications with our community. Is that correct? So that includes responses to email, other paper postings, front porch forum postings. I think social media is kind of its own bear of communication, but perhaps a broad level of our intent with social media. I think that would be the start of our communications plan.
So
Can I-
we could actually go back and start filling in racing.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of that, Chelsea, came up in the racy, right? So
Yeah.
I'm wondering,
This would be putting the meat on the bones.
so do we want to do that? You want me to pull the racy back up or do we want to, I think we were gonna prioritize first. And then come back to that.
Well, I mean, but when we had spoken about it before, my understanding was we were going to talk about the communication plan. And maybe we could go back and look at the racing later, but that's the map, and then you can put the meat on it, like I said, but. You know, Laura, Seamus and I had a kind of a subcommittee that we formed last month. Happy May. That we had formed, and we've done some work on this. We're not completed yet, but it would be helpful to provide the board an update, I think, with where we are, so. We can potentially talk about that and then,
Do you believe your work on the public comment and community engagement would inform the communications plan?
Yes.
yes,
Because I also think we're making time on our future agenda to hear an update on your work.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. My thought, Jen, is that, you know, you often say that you start with the outcomes, and I think that's why it would be good to talk about ends today and push communication for later.
Right, and I agree only to the extent that I think the communication plan and that advisory committee is really important. And I don't think we have a lot of public participation today. And I would rather be in a more visible meeting and not kind of be buried in a recording someplace. Okay, I had shared the Racy again, but I'm gonna stop the share, so I think we've moved on from that.
so are we moving to team building?
I think we are going, well, we have board member roles and school board vision and goals. We want to push that to after the team building exercise. And use some of that for, and I will say, I will speak to school board vision and goals. And I asked for that to be on. My intention there was just to have an open discussion about some of the things that were important to each of us. And just to capture that, because if you look at our current website, we do have goals down there, but I don't know if they've been updated in a while. And with the new board,
Yes.
and a lot of the different perspectives, I think just having an open discussion about what each of us might want to do in the future and see in the future is a great checklist to kind of have going forward and consolidate into something for the public.
And I, just as I'm thinking, and we can add and amend the RACI, but on that goals point. I do think that having the scorecard, having some kind of thinking about how we can formulate or at least explore the possibility of creating something like that. So that we can steward our own work is also an important add. So we could stick that on the RACI, but something to think about in that
So
context.
one of your vision and goals is to have a scorecard. Right?
Well,
I mean.
no, I mean, not really.
Okay.
But it is, but one of my visions and goals would be transparency and continuous improvement, demonstrated continuous improvement. And I believe that a tool to facilitate that is a scorecard. So it wouldn't be a score, that's not a vision, that's just a tool to get there.
I think we should do the team building.
Yes.
Team building,
Refresh ourselves.
So let's do that. Are we gonna do the center again, Jen?
No, but we do need a table. No, we don't.
Well, there's a
I
table.
mean, it would be good to have another table, if we can just put a table right here.
Do we need a quick break for folks before we go on, or do you want to just move right in? Okay, we do a 5 minute,
Oh, yeah, that's
5 minute
fine.
recess.
That's fine.
Okay, so
Grab
we're gonna do a
a,
5 minute recess.
grab a hot, well, so no, we are not.
Oh.
That's what my kids would be doing right now.
Is this trust fall?
Very into.
No, it is not trust fall zone. That comes later. All right, so what we're gonna do is, there's 8 of us now, but I'm gonna facilitate. So we need 4 people to stand on each side of the table. So 4 and 4.
These sides or these sides?
Doesn't matter. Oh, no, on the long side, sorry, on the long side. Okay, so 4 and 4, and then facing each other.
Oh, I know.
Or no, 4 and 3, that's fine, that's fine. Go ahead in there, because I'm the one person out. Who are we missing? Laura. Oh, but Laura, there you go. Okay, so what you're gonna need to do, you're gonna need to space together a little bit. And right now, we're only gonna give you 1 stick. But this is called the helium stick, this game, the helium stick. All right, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna take one finger, but before you start, everybody, this isn't gonna go on exercise, gonna put your hands and push down on them. Get your fingers nice and kind of loose. All right, yeah, help a little. Very light. I weighed it this morning. This is 5.5 ounces. What everybody's gonna do is you're gonna put one finger, only one finger. Actually, 2 fingers. Start with 2. I don't know if you guys can look at the 2 fingers. You're gonna put 2 fingers underneath it, okay? And what I want you to do is you're gonna lift the stick up, and I want it to stay perfectly flat. And you're gonna raise it up to your elbows and keep it perfectly flat as you raise the stick up.
So you guys stand.
Yeah, so you can get in there and you need to, and hold on, keep it perfectly flat,
No more lifting.
perfectly flat. I think this one's a little bit, but is everybody touching the stick?
No.
You cannot.
You need to lower it.
You have to keep your fingers on the stick and you cannot curl up so violently. There's no curling. Your fingers have to
Tim and
stay.
Emily
This is all about letting go. Letting go, let go. Let it fall.
I am
Let it fall. The hard version of this is where you don't, we're not allowed to talk.
Level. Perfectly level. All right, but, and your fingers have to remain on it. So now keep going up,
I'm not
go up.
going, I'm not going
But
that.
you have to
Laura's
touch it,
not
Laura.
touching the stick. Laura's, it's a helium stick. So you're
Oh.
gonna keep going up.
This is how inflation works, guys.
Wait, oh,
No.
well, it's.
Reduce your expectations.
All right, now, you need
Relax.
to very, very carefully, okay, now you're gonna bring it back down, up, that side is up. Tim's side is much higher up there. Up.
I love how it's Tim's
Yeah, there we go. Now bring it down very gently, and you're gonna put it flat, you're
Right.
gonna put it flat on the table. Bring it all the way down. Now you need to bring it down. Really down.
Down.
Yeah.
It's still going up.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Keep it flat.
And it's going back too. I might.
Look at the screen right now, by the way. But how it's moved out.
Start dropping your fingers.
You two.
Three.
Now you're.
Everybody let go and then.
This is.
Isn't managing people fascinating?
It's,
Have you seen
this
what
is more like
they call
managing,
the stick?
this is more like managing
This side
inflation.
is up. This side is
Yeah,
up.
Dan, go down a little
The
bit.
side is up.
Keep going.
I know, I need to go to the right here, so now I'm heading off the table and.
It's not gonna bite.
Tim.
Everybody just expect that the stick is gonna be lower.
Okay.
Wow, it's so weird how the stick is going down, isn't it? It's still going down. It's
Believe.
so weird.
Just believe.
Yeah, it's gonna go down. It's, see, this is just like I'm the central bank governor.
Jen,
It's
where
going
did you come
down.
up with it? Because this is really
Embarrassing.
embarrassing.
it all.
It's fine. Everybody relax and let, it's gonna go down. It's going down. Everybody expect it to go down.
Everyone relax.
See how it's yes. Prices are falling.
Everyone can
So
go
is
and buy
the stock
eggs
market.
immediately.
Yes, you can afford eggs now.
Jameson.
Benedict's for everyone.
Is everybody's finger still on the stick?
Yes.
This is the way people work thing. Yeah, it is.
So this will be tricky, because remember, we can't bend our fingers.
Some-
as we
Emily,
lay
get
them.
those-
No, just Seamus, this is all Seamus.
This is
Guys, everything is just,
Lead us, Seamus.
it's gonna fall down. There's
Yeah, we
nothing
gotta-
you can do to prevent it from
We
going
gotta
down.
come my way a little bit because Emily needs to be able
Emily.
Oh,
to.
it's going back up again.
No, we're gonna go down, gotta come our way, just there we go. We're good. So that way Emily can help Lori.
Nobody try to influence the stick. Just let the stick fall.
Everybody, let your mind rest, go blank. Let me go. No, you're good, it's not.
You guys, okay, good.
Thanks for saying that.
All right.
Nice.
So that is the helium stick. Was that harder than you expected it to be?
Yes.
It was. All right. So these are the leadership learnings. Number one, coordination is crucial. Success depends on synchronized movement. Even a small misalignment in a timing can derail a task. Leaders must align team efforts and ensure individual contributions are well coordinated within the group. Leadership can emerge organically. Often someone steps up to organize the effort without formal authority. Informal leadership is powerful, and empowering team members to lead enhances performance. Initial plans often fail. Adaptability is key. Many teams start with a plan that doesn't work and needs to reassess. And adaptability and the willingness to adjust strategies are essential leadership traits. Shared responsibility yields better results. Success only comes when every team member is fully engaged and accountable, and collective ownership and involvement fosters a higher performing team environment. So now we have two steps.
Double the fun.
Double the fun. So those were the leadership learnings. Now what you're going to do is you're gonna put one finger on one stick, one finger on the other, and we're gonna you're gonna do two sticks up,
And we can't talk.
and you cannot talk
And no chrome.
Can I just clarify the directions? Am I supposed to be putting like this?
underneath.
Like,
But
so
like
I'm
that,
on
yeah.
one on each
One on
stick,
each
and
stick.
so, like, how do we navigate the underarm
So
situation?
you can get them closer if you need
If
to.
everyone's right-handed, I would say that's dominant finger on the
Just
other.
go underneath.
The other
Just
far.
go
Okay, I'll
underneath.
try that.
Just go underneath, however you're gonna do it.
All right, no talking.
Let's bring the left side down.
I mean, you may have to have some communication.
But none.
Oh, this is like Thanksgiving at the dinner table with your family where you're like. Just kick each other underneath.
Kicked under it.
Yeah.
Right? If you need to communicate, you can communicate.
We can talk?
Well, we
Yeah,
can't
you
talk.
can if you need to. If you need to have some,
Do you know where we're going now?
because otherwise.
Let's bring it down slowly.
I'll be here all day.
Yeah, that's scheduled. It's kind of like open meeting law. We can only talk about things that are not.
But
related to
I will tell you that this side is
lower.
significantly higher.
Okay,
You're-
let's go.
There you go.
Now we're going down.
The lower bars.
Let's
get
bring it
higher.
down.
Visualize it going down.
I'm going to read you a couple little things. Communication must be clear and continuous. Teams quickly realize that unclear or infrequent communication leads to confusion and failure. Effective leaders foster open and constant communication, ensure everyone
Going down.
is on the same page. Listening and trust matter. Teams that actively listen and trust each other make progress faster. Do we level?
No.
Picture it going down, picture it dropping.
Strong teams build mutual trust and practice active listening, allowing everyone to contribute effectively. The importance of patience and emotional control. Frustration often sets in, leading to miscommunication or blame. Good listeners and communicators maintain emotional composure and encourage others to do the same. Yeah,
Whoa, that one.
good job.
Your voice was so zen.
Lower the string.
You're gonna have to go away with that.
No, okay. Oh, I didn't see that.
Jen, you're gonna share all of that with us, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jenny, we provide those, so
Huh?
you had asked.
Oh, yeah,
That-
yeah, that was
those
if we
be
did the
provided,
white
so-
paper, or that was if we did a parking lot, and Tim did that. But good to have.
Virtual.
All right, everybody, take a look at your rock again, because we're gonna be doing something with them here in just a moment.
Really want to get down to where you can see how.
You supposed to.
I know.
Mine, you got that, this is too, what if it's skipping round?
It's just at the end.
Is out at Shelburne,
Yeah.
near Shelburne Farms, those are the best.
We often go there with my. Yes, they all just skip.
See, like, that would be a good place. Skin.
Yes.
It's beautiful. Washington.
I have a few extra seltzers if anybody needs water.
Thank you.
Do you own a salsa company?
It's just stop.
I was gonna say.
Would you like a seltzer?
Just making sure you get me.
Thanks for being with us and supporting the sound, I appreciate that. I know we're not testing something small.
Just looking from the,
All right.
I don't remember on that Zoom sent last meeting.
Yes.
Maybe this will work. Wednesday.
Yeah.
April 30th.
I just wanna say, this is a meeting I'm gonna go back and watch.
I'll take the pictures. So when we do get an article into the paper, or maybe separately, I think it would be good to share some stuff.
You know, we should probably take a team picture
Yeah.
or board picture, towards the end, that would be great, or maybe before lunch, and that would be, I think that'd
You're
be.
doing team building.
We'll all be smiling.
We're gonna have motion.
Your chair now, yes, I did turn it over to you, Chelsea, so.
Okay, so up next we have agenda item 7, 1.0 ends and 2.0 executive limitations policy discussion. We were warned to be discussing this until lunchtime.
Can I just ask one thing or suggest one thing is maybe we try to go until 11:45, at which point we discuss how we want lunch to unfold. Yeah, pardon me, I have some soup in there, I just need to get on to warm up and stuff, so I don't know if we need a few minutes before lunch.
Sounds good. Is 15 minutes time?
Oh, absolutely, I think that's more than enough.
Okay. So in our previous retreats, it's important, I think, for the chair to take less of a. I would like for a policy discussion in this sense to be more of a free flowing discussion amongst the team and not quite so rigid. In the past, I've gotten one self-evaluation survey from a former board that really wanted the retreat to be far less formal and feel less like an official board meeting. And things that would have helped that is to not meet where we have our board meetings and to perhaps be sitting in a way that's more conducive to a team conversation and less of this sort of like. So I'm just saying all of that to mean that I am not intending to lead this discussion. I'm intending to participate, and I obviously will lead with the time stuff, but this is meant to be a time for this board to read through and discuss our 1.0 policies. So I'm looking for direction from the board as to like how you would like this discussion to end.
I have one thought I'd like to add to that, Chelsea. We have an upcoming meeting with past board members. And what I think may be helpful as well is if we go through the discussion and this may be a great opportunity to collect some parking lot questions that we can send to these board members ahead of time. Because I'm sure they've dealt with a lot of what we'll experience and have questions about. And, giving them some parking lot questions before then would be helpful, so they're prepared. I was just thinking of that because I spoke with Elizabeth the other evening and.
The thing is, Tim, things have changed. I would go with the VSBA and maybe take a look at what other boards are in this order, because I don't know who's coming to that on May 17th. I will not be in attendance at that meeting, but they haven't been board members for over 5 years at least. So I'm not so sure. I would be looking at, I'd contact Claire Roller, Burlington School Board, and Edie, whose name just escaped me from the find out what they do and contact the BSBA. Well, because they have up-to-date information.
Just to be clear, we're not asking former board members for like how things are done now. We're asking to hear about their experiences and how things went well and how things didn't go well in their experience engaging the community.
I still say that they haven't been board members for at least 5 years. I think I would go with current board members who are actually doing the work, like sure about success, if that's.
That is an option. Like we always can reach out to the BSBA and we can get that feedback as well. I just don't think that dismissing institutional knowledge and experience is necessary.
I'm not dismissing, I'm just saying what I would consider to be best practice.
And I think your point's well taken, Laura. I only mention it because as we're talking, there may be something that comes up that, we may want to just get some insight into from the prior board members.
Sure, I appreciate you saying that.
And
While back in that response.
I haven't either, and that's why I feel guilty and we've written some stuff down.
Yes, and I also spoke with Elizabeth yesterday, so I have that on my mind as well.
I'm gonna open an email to myself and I will make a note of any questions that may come up for that panel discussion. Specifically, I mean, sometimes that we hear from the community, like, who negotiated that, or where did this policy come from? And it's really hard to understand what previous boards, what their context was at the time, and it can be helpful to understand why the movements that they made happened.
The list of who's gonna be in the.
They do not have an official list of which board members are. I know, City Councilor Elizabeth Fitzgerald, who served on the board, is going to be there, and she's sort of organizing, bringing other board members. I think as many as like 7 or 11 expressed interest. It's up to whether or not they can make it, but I'm expecting a pretty robust
I
turnout.
did see Martin go on in the grocery store, he said he was planning.
Yeah.
I don't know, that might change. but-
Bridget was invited as well.
Did Brian?
Brian Vinier,
Yeah, so I think it's gonna be a very good discussion, or just to hear their perspectives as well. So I'm kind of excited about it. They're pretty well spoken people. And I just want to share as we get into the policy discussion, or we start reviewing these. For a while now, I'm happy to share this with the rest of the group, and Jen, I was telling you this yesterday, I maintain a spreadsheet. I started one months ago where I kind of have been tracking the policies and when they were last reviewed and updated and instituted and stuff, and I'm happy to share that out. I kind of do a quick summary of each policy with a link to it, just for my own edification, because getting to the website and trying to scour through them can be a bit challenging. And then I've started a tab in that workbook as well about the monitoring reports and when they were last monitored, and links out to the resources for those reports. So as we approach monitoring reports, the next one coming up, potentially, go to that and say, oh, what did they do last time, right? When that happened, right? I think that, I'll be happy to share that, but, I think,
Do you use Notebook LM? Oh, I'm blow your mind.
okay.
What
Um,
is it?
It's like a notebook like you're describing, where you collect together the things, like, for example, I have a notebook of all the minutes for the last 3 years, like they're PDFs. And it's loaded into ChatGPT so that I can ask it questions like, where was it, where did we talk about X? And it'll be like, well, in the January 23 meeting. So anyway, I'll show
okay,
you.
that would be a phenomenal
My dad
tool,
will
I
get
think,
on it.
for all of us, and as we look at maintaining stuff group wise, that may be an absolute.
And the other thing is you can ask it for legal advice.
And I'm sure it's really good. I've heard that's
ChatGPT
successful.
The other night, and that blew my mind.
Yep.
I was like, where has this been my whole life? And then my kids are giving me a hard time. They're like, you're using ChatGPT. I'm like,
Just-
you know the power of what this can do?
Just for the
They're not allowed
public,
to.
I do not use ChatGPT for legal advice. I only use it as a research tool. Are we talking about it now?
Yeah, maybe we should just start by reading through, let's just start to keep the discussion organized. Let's just start with 1.0. Do we want to read through all of 1.0? at
I have a
once?
suggestion about how maybe that could work. So I think, there's only 2 pages.
Mhm.
Right? And so I think everybody could kind of have that, we could pull it up on screen and everybody could read it silently. But I was gonna read one quick passage from the Carver Governance website, which says, isn't ends just a jargon word for goals? And I thought that that might be an interesting thing to get people thinking about, what is the meaning of this?
Would you
Everybody.
read that from the Carver?
Yeah, would you be able to put the ends on the screen?
Sure, I could pull it up. What do you want to do?
So this is what Carver, who created policy governance, says about ends. The question, isn't ends just jargon for goals? And he says, the ends concept is a very special type of goal that designates the results for which the organization exists, the recipients or beneficiaries of those results, and the worth of the results. Sometimes other words like goal or objectives can refer to things that are not, so. His point is results for which we exist, recipients of those results, worth of those results. So that's how he differentiates between ends and goals, objectives, because you could have a goal that's like, let's implement a cell phone policy next year, and that's not an end.
And I just wanted to, and thank you, Seamus, and I have a question, I'm gonna direct this towards Violet, if that's okay. When I first started looking at this months ago, right, when I first got on the board and I'm reading through some of this stuff. I think what I struggle with sometimes is as we do monitoring reports, how I connect some of these bullets here to what we're seeing in data. And, so if somebody were to ask me, how are you developing an awareness of individual learning styles, interests, and passions? That's a phenomenal end, and I struggle sometimes to understand where we measure that, how we measure that, right?
Yeah.
And tying that back so that it's not easy to understand, but where are we connecting those dots with what you're doing operationally?
Yeah, that's a great question. So not easy to understand. I think it requires a significant amount of expertise in both educational delivery, curriculum development. To provide a quick answer, which is something that I could talk about at great length, and I won't, because I know we've got a limited amount of time for this topic. Essentially, the district is charged with looking at Common Core state standards and Vermont Agency of Education quality standards. From there, we need to develop curriculum. With curriculum, we look at, in selecting curriculum, we look at gaps longitudinally in student assessment data. Because we want to teach curriculum and not a program. So a program we select based on alignment with Common Core state standards and our teaching philosophies. So we've moved to constructivist math programming because we know that it builds understanding. So when we see gaps in mathematics scoring, we know that we need to look at both pedagogy and practice, so instructional delivery. And then also looking at the delivery tool, which is the curriculum and the program. We always want to be teaching the curriculum, not the program, because a program is written by a publisher. It's just page turning, right? But the Common Core state standards spiral, and we want to attend to that so we can build understanding and not inadvertently create holes with students who say move from school to school. And if we're teaching programs, then you create gaps, right? Whenever there's movement or absence or anything. The way that we deliver instruction is using Universal Design for Learning, which is called UDL. And that allows for a variety of learning styles to be engaged. We also have a variety of groupings. And then we have formulaic sort of at the elementary level, in particular, there's always universal instruction, which is aligned with the Agency of Education's Act 173 expectations. So whole group instruction, which is universal, it's teaching the targeted standard. And then from there are small groups. And during the small groups, there's a variety of activities from game playing or tech centers or teacher table or self-explore. So students can learn in a variety of groupings, which allows that voice and choice piece. That looks different at every level. We've got personalized learning plans at the high school, a lot of opportunities for independent study. We have career tech education centers. So we try to provide, I think essentially I'll end by saying, a broad variety of educational opportunities and ways of accessing for students that still allow students to achieve state determined graduation standards and federal requirements for standards.
And was your question, Tim, if I understood it, it's kind of like, how do we monitor ends?
Yeah, and I think that was a great explanation of how things get delivered. I guess my question is that I struggled with as a new board member, looking at some of these statements and ends and tying it to just what you said,
So I
right? Because
implement the
we could,
symptoms of
we
the
could, we've got the curriculums in place, we've got all of that, but if a community member approached me and said, well, how do you know they're living responsibly with confidence, resilience, and adaptability, right? And these are really hard things to measure if they're even measurable. And and I'm not trying to get us into a place where we have,
Yeah.
a checklist of things, but, because this is all very, we're building people here, right? And getting them ready, right? And I struggle with connecting just what you explained to some of the stuff here in 1.0.
Well, if I may, this is what I've been thinking about as well, because I also went back and looking at, evaluations and how things are tied with reflections and goals and all of that. And you're not gonna be able to see this, but I started to go through and I took all of the ends policy and I broke it out. And these are the specific things because there's so many line items. And what I would like to see personally is, not to say it's not a checklist per se, but it's, for example, 1.1, disposition for lifelong learning. Students will demonstrate the ability, knowledge, and skills to adapt and exceed by demonstrating independent thought, curiosity, and creativity. How are we measuring that? How can we show that that actually is happening? Right?
Wonder if the question is, how do board members take ownership for this work getting done? Because as Tim said, we're building people and skills to adapt and succeed is pretty subjective. Like success for each individual is gonna look so different.
No, absolutely, I agree.
And so how do we as a board take ownership on behalf of our community that these ends policies are being attended to?
Right.
And I think maybe it's thinking about ways for the board to be more engaged in day-to-day activities in the district in a observable way, like. I personally do not have a direct connection with the school right now. I'm not a parent of anyone in the school, so it might be easier for me as a board member to see this if my student was going to the school. But what about our community members who don't have a direct connection to the school and they come and they say to Tim, how do you know that this is going on? I mean, I think a lot of this policy language is quite subjective and broad.
Right, but I think there can be some clarity in that. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I do think that some of it seems a little bit intangible, but I do believe that there are things that we can trace back. And so, for example, under, 1.2 academic proficiency, I could see just a roll up of, here's academic proficiency, this is where we see it for, by grade level or by, there's a number of different ways that we can splice that data, but how do we take it and distill it and put it into a way that it is digestible to the community, that we can then say, here is, under 1.2, under our ends policy, academic proficiency, here's what our results are, this is what we can show. And then as we go from year to year to year to year, because right now, here's my comment, and we heard it yesterday at the donuts and discussion. Education is going down the drain. Things are not good. I'd like to be able to quantitatively be able to see where, like, can we see from year to year? Like, can we see that there's a trend? Oh, yes, absolutely. Scores have come down. Academic proficiency has come down over the last 3 or 5 or 6 years. And we're seeing these trends, right?
I don't think that's accurate necessarily.
Okay.
On our website, we've got data workbooks and it shows, pretty in-depth information about assessment results. I shared this with the board and I can certainly share it again.
And there's like the Vermont thing that said, it's like our school district academic proficiency is maintaining, CVU it's going down. And so
Yeah.
there's quantitative data.
Yeah.
There's a significant amount of quantitative data and I worked on these slides and I would really encourage folks to look at the quantitative data on this. And of course, there's ebbs and flows but I do wanna push back a bit on the idea that things are going down too.
No, and that's just the comment, but here's the thing, I'm just stating this, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is what we hear. And, and I hear also like, oh, there's data workbooks, and then there's the panorama data, and then there's survey data, and it can be so overwhelming for parents. I mean, if we've got people who, 20% are showing up to vote, people are not going to be engaged to, maybe some people will be, but what I'm suggesting here is we have got to take some of this information and make it transparent and digestible. So no offense, I mean, I will go, as a board member, I will go and look through stuff. But if I'm just a parent and I got all these other things, I'm not gonna go combing through and trying to figure out what the data shows. It's
But then,
it's too much.
Before we get into the modeling of it or the
Yeah.
data, like, I just think that we should, like you always say, go to the outcomes first.
Mhm.
Like, maybe we can all read the ends policy, and then if we have something that we think is missing, or something we think is out of alignment, we could bring it up,
Right.
There's just no way to sit there and look at the goals that are here and effectively measure them.
Right,
You can't measure whether, a student is expressing,
right.
expressing themselves creatively and effectively in a variety of forms. How do you measure that?
Well, and this is where, and I'm not trying to like make a big brouhaha about this, but I'm not a policy, I'm not an education expert, and that's what I rely on Violet for, is to come in with that information. And share it with us, and even after sitting through several monitoring reports around curriculum and the data, it's just overwhelming, and people spend their lives dealing with this, right, Violet?
Expected to be at X.
Absolutely. I guess my point was, is, as we were talking about 1.0, is that as a board member, you look at this, and I'm trying to figure out how, in a general perspective as a board member, to tie a lot of that data and a lot of the Violet reports back to us to this. So at least when I'm engaged with the community, I can say, yeah, well, we can look at this, but really this is kind of what's happening in the school and where we're trying, this is being addressed. And I don't think it's a scorecard so much as it is, and just understanding how we're trying to tackle these particular
Can I
aspects. of
take a guess
bringing-
that, what I would guess that the superintendent might say, please correct me, and give the 30-second pitch, is that ends are supposed to influence the creation of policies and procedures operationally.
Yes.
And then the things that we monitor are supposed to then reflect back. You know, the things that we monitor for, like, treatment of staff, although this is where I get a little bit wishy-washy, it's like, academic proficiency. So yes, let me ask a very concrete question. What monitoring report shows us personal development? If any?
2.10 curriculum.
Okay, so would you say that everything that's in the ends policy is in a monitoring report?
Yes, and
Okay.
this is how policy governed boards operate effectively, is rather than having one-offs, it is deeply understanding, and took me a long time to deeply understand. Every question can be brought back to a monitoring report, and every time I prepare a monitoring report, I learn something. Like I've been working on, we just completed 2.4, the financial audit, and so now the next report after that is 2.7, which is asset protection, right? So it's that second financial report that the board needs to review prior to the end of the fiscal year. But within asset protection, there's information on like the superintendent can't name, a program without board action, right? And so there's always academic pieces intertwined, but I cannot think of one single question I've ever gotten from a board member that I cannot tie back to a monitoring report. And I think that requires a lot of discipline from both superintendent, board, together in, rather than having one-offs, monitor effectively. And so if there's a question on X, Y, or Z, it is up to the folks at this table to say, this falls under monitoring.
And you brought up asset protection, which is a good example of something that we do not have an end for, we have an executive implementation for. So the two sources of policies that you operationalize are ends, which are education related, or executive limitations, which are like, don't screw up the district.
Well, I would also they're all interconnected, right? I mean, we cannot achieve our ends without sound financial management and facilities, right? I mean, facilities allow learning to occur every day. So there is a connection between exceptional and appropriate financial management and maintenance of facilities that allows the ends to be achieved.
So, and I appreciate all this conversation. What I was suggesting, one idea again, to be able to map this, I'm all about mapping. But if you have all of your policy here, right, the ends. I do have it in a table, because then I would envision, like, okay, if you're talking about asset protection, here's either the policy or whatever it is that ties to that. So it kind of connects, and we can see where there's sufficient coverage, or we're missing a policy, or we're missing something.
Yeah, and
And
in
then-
auditing, there's like, in SOC 2 auditing, there's a policy mapping. That says this control relates to this
Yeah.
policy and stuff.
And I was looking at it over all of the ends policy. I wrote it down. I've got every one of these written out in Excel. Line by line by line. And what I'd like to do is figure out, okay, well, which thing ties to
Right,
this?
but still, before, and this is, I think I asked for this to be on the agenda, the ends discussion, is that I think it's important for like you, if you have. Do you think it's important to generate different perspectives? Laura, do you think it's important that kids demonstrate effective organizational skills? Like, I think that this is the time for the board to look at this ends policy, which is only 2 pages long, and say, are we missing anything?
Right.
And then we go back to what you're saying,
Yeah,
like, okay, well,
Yeah.
how would we know if we're,
Yeah.
how would we know if we have something on here, but it's not being done?
Right.
So I would
To
go back to the end.
say the board is gonna have to be comfortable with quantitative as well as significant amounts of qualitative data. And I also, I'll go back to, I'm looking at Laura now, so the VSBA has model policies, and I would caution the board to add policies.
Right.
Because then you're gonna be bogged down with monitoring them, but also they change, things ebb and flow, so I would caution the board against really veering outside of model policies. Given that you're a PG board, I think attending the model policies is smart because they're already vetted by legal. And part of that vetting is that the absence of certain policies is also vetted by legal. So you have the appropriate reasonable policies.
It's like we're not allowed to have a DEI policy anymore. If we want to receive federal funding, that kind of thing.
So that's not, so we do, the state certified that we, for Title VI funding, and they add the stipulation that will conduct DEI. We don't receive Title VI funding, but we do have an equity policy, 2.11. And the feds have not come back and challenged the state of Vermont yet. So if that happens, I will be the first to know.
So again, and one of the reasons I brought this up as a big agenda item is that if you look at our ends policy, nothing has been updated for more than 10 years. All of these ends were last updated in January 2014. So if you wouldn't mind, could we all just take 5 minutes, read through this thing and see if it reflects what we think the community wants?
See if we think it reflects what the community wants, and also recognize where we are in our learning about policy. So like.
But don't just let people read.
Okay.
And then if I'm like, what we really need to do is teach everybody how to use ChatGPT. Putting that into this policy would take months. It would not be an immediate, nobody expects that things are just gonna change. But I think we do need to get our eye.
I would argue that would be too micro, but yes, I understand your point.
I think that is.
Yeah.
Would anyone like to volunteer to read?
I think we could just read silently. Does anybody prefer it to be read out loud?
Okay.
I'm good.
Someone said, thank you. Has anyone read any of the old curriculum monitoring reports? In that report, for at least the last 4 years I can speak to, each one of these is broken down by section and there's evidence provided for them, which I think is interesting. Just if you want to do some
Well, that's
reading over the weekend.
It's a great pointer to, and just going back to my original comment, Violet, again, as I look at those reports. I come back to some of these bullets and I'm trying to kind of think, well, what connects there, right? Because I see one where it is about building strong relationships and such, and then I think SLAM,
Yeah,
Right.
mentoring.
that kind of stuff, it's that.
PBIS. Yeah.
Right, and so this is where. Even after a year and a half of doing this, right, I still look at this and I'm like trying to connect the dots so that. I can have an informed conversation with somebody and say, yeah, this is kind of what this is all about, and this is where we're seeing it happen.
Maybe putting something like a link to
That's exactly.
where this goal.
Yeah, so maybe, as we talk, go forward and Violet, as we look at doing curriculum monitoring, right, we look at. How do we tie this back to the ends? Is this a bullet and where, and that may be possible, it may not, because some of these are very sort of ethereal. But that may be a helpful way for the board to interpret some of the,
Yeah. Because I mean, when I look at these, they're all great goals, but they're very difficult to gauge how anybody is doing, or as the whole group. I mean,
Yeah.
The only one that probably is not very difficult, I don't want to oversimplify things, is the academic proficiency, which you can do with test scores throughout the years.
And to Violet's point, that we're gonna see a lot of qualitative data, but a lot of quantitative as well. I would expect in the report to see something like SLAM referenced, right? Because that is one of our ends. But help me tie it back to the ends, because if I struggle as a board member, if I'm a community member trying to understand, and this is what you said, Jen, about make our data transparent and translatable to the public. They're gonna look at this and go like, I have no idea what this is doing here, so.
And to that point about translatable data, like, keep in mind, we're thinly staffed.
Yeah,
So like,
yeah,
I could
that's-
literally do 40 hours a week, like, doing monitoring reports for you. Like, this is nights and weekend stuff,
Yeah.
but to your point on the data workbook is something that I'm a part of, and the reason it's 75 to 100 pages long is because we have to have that to substantiate all of our grant expenditures, titles 1 through 4. But we don't have folks hanging around to be like, oh, let's do a quick simplified version, but that would be a great project for board members to
That's-
do.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what
what
I'm saying.
I'm not suggesting this goes to.
Yeah, no, and I
at
can
all.
send you all of the raw data and all the Excel, the pivot tables for that, if you wanna like get in there.
It's more of just taking the information, like you're saying, again, if you have things, I've got it in like the Excel table, okay, these are the items. This is the evidence that these things are happening, either it's a pivot table to something, or these are examples of that output. But otherwise, I mean, I think you read this, and I've said before, like the motherhood apple pie kind of comment, like, oh, it sounds all great, but show me are these things actually happening?
Tim, would you go to the November 2024 folder? Cause I think people are interested in this, and the curriculum monitoring for 210 is in November 2024. And each of these things are listed out with a whole ton of links. maybe it's partially.
Yeah.
Each of the bullets
These things
here.
may exist.
So this is where I have to confess, here I am, I've done this before. I used to get- And now I feel like.
November 24th.
But this is where you'll understand policy governance and in
November.
action.
Yeah, so go to school board.
Yeah.
And then minutes, agenda and minutes. And then go to 2024.
Let's see.
So a lot of stuff is not easy to find, even
Yeah.
with a search.
It's like Seamus is gonna come up with a notebook thing for us.
Well, that's how I just figured out when it was monitored, and I asked my notebook, Ellen, when was this monitored, and it was monitored, I think it's January or November 6th,
You're looking for
right there.
this one?
This is where the more you read monitoring reports, the more you will see and understand both ends and policies. And policy.
There we go.
elements because these are all examples of like, what does this look like?
And this one would have to be, I think, re-uploaded where you can actually click these links.
What?
We need to re-upload this where you can actually click, you can click them. Fantastic. Okay, but I go back to like
Okay.
the ends thing for a second, if you'll permit me, like, I have an end that I think is missing. Does anybody have an end that they think is missing?
Yes, what's yours? You go first.
My end is, I think that, this is a very college focused ends policy, you know, for college, and I think that we need to have something in here about the trades, like preparing people for, and just recognizing with the single edition, for example, the word trades, maybe second after college, I think would reflect that, like, for many people, college is not something that we should be promoting over something else. That's my opinion.
All graduates will be prepared for college, career, or individually determined next steps.
So I think
Right.
your point would be not representation.
Yes. That's.
I 100% agree. That applies to my family. Absolutely.
Yeah, my
I think
opinion too.
a next step for this conversation would be the board determining if they want to have a committee to look at ends redevelopment or modification, because this would require
Oh, of course,
significant.
and the only reason I brought this up on the agenda is to going back to Jen's racy thing, I wanna spitball. And like, if there's a ton, if people are like, that's a terrible idea, then maybe we don't take it any further. But if we do wanna add a single word, yes, it could take months, and that's fine, but
Yeah.
let's just, if people have ideas for what they think is missing from here, let's surface some of them.
And read monitoring reports too, because I think before. I think before board members can have a full appreciation of what might be missing. Until you read all the monitoring reports, so
Well,
that you
but
can.
go back to what we expect you to do, a reasonable interpretation of any particular policy.
Mhm.
The absence of a word. Could be the difference between a reasonable interpretation and a non-reasonable interpretation. So again, I'm not, you know. All I'm saying is I think the board should have a chance to look at these very short 2 pages, which are our ends, and say something's missing. Or something's out of line, like, let's
Yes.
say that this said, it should prepare women for motherhood. I think that in this day and age, I don't think that that would be an appropriate thing to have in here. Or
Right.
maybe some people would think that.
Totally understand your point. My point is that in order to do that effectively, I think reading through monitoring reports will support in that.
It will certainly
yeah.
help, once we actually, like, if we ever got into it, like, if I ever said I really want to do trades. And it turned out that we have an amazing trade program. I might still want to recognize trades, but your point is that we're already executing on my desire. So does anybody else have anything they think is missing or inappropriate in ends?
Well, yeah, I do. I mean, as I'm going through this, I think that it could probably be inferred, but I think we need to have a specific call out for youth leadership. Because as you're looking at it, you know, you're seeing personal development, but nowhere in there. And regardless of whether you go into the trades or you go into the military or you go into college, I mean, I think that trying to put out the next generation of leaders is really important. And if you go back and actually look at the SLAM, it stands for, you know, the South Burlington Leadership Academy and Mentoring. That's what SLAM is. It's leadership and mentoring, right? And so I feel like having some kind of comment in there about how we are producing this, when they come out of our schools, they are leaders, like or they have the tools to be leaders, right? That you're gonna empower kids to to lead. How do we do that? That would be my one ad right now.
So I put that under 1.1 in the monitoring report. It's also under 1.3 evidence of that.
Well, respectfully, I think the thing is that, you know, like, let's go back to like an example of a policy or something that was implemented operationally.
Mhm.
Which was the cell phone policy. The cell phone policy, I think, has, and this is just my personal opinion. Wide support. And so like the board, if it was thinking about its political legitimacy, could have made that something that we implemented, that we said. And however that works in policy governance, you know, maybe we have an executive limitation saying, et cetera. And so, just because it's already happening operationally, doesn't mean that the board shouldn't represent it.
Right, so
Conversely,
the
we don't
board,
want,
the board would make the cell phone restrictions a policy rather than an operational practice. So that's me, operational practice. And if you wanted to solidify it, you'd make it a policy.
I think you are, yeah, like the cell phone conversation is such a good one because you are hitting the nail directly on the head of what I think most of our community's frustration comes from, which is not understanding what is the point of a policy if the superintendent has the freedom to an executive order. Right? It's like what in governance, where is the school board's lane? And when it came to the cell phone policy discussion, it felt like the superintendent was responding effectively and quickly to the concerns of our school community. And I think what you're saying is the school board could have enshrined it in policy, but it was like operationally already being done. And when I was trying to say that to the community, it was very difficult to get that message across because I was getting feedback that was like, well, cell phones shouldn't be in schools. And it's like, we're on the same page about that. That is not what I'm trying to say. And then that brings up the question, so what is the point of policy then? And so I think that what I came away from that conversation with thinking about is who does the community want making decisions for our students? And for me personally, Chelsea, my opinion is we should be holding our superintendent accountable and trusting our superintendent and the teams that she leads to make the decisions about what's best for our students with their professional expertise. So I think like your question is such a good one, and I hope the three of you that go to policy governance this weekend, like ask that question, like what's the point of policy? What is the point of policy? Like really, I think,
Oh, sorry.
no, please.
What I'm hearing from what Seamus is saying, or what's resonating with me, is the fact that there have been good choices, rules, you know, I'm trying to say something else besides policy, that the superintendent has come up with, that the community doesn't really hear about in the same way that they hear about what comes out of the school board. And that's something that we've talked about, trying to get more of that information out to the community in a way that they can find it accessible, because there have been some wonderful changes that have been made that I think a lot of the community hasn't heard about for whatever reason. And this is such a public place to, you know, share that information. And I think is that sort of what you're.
I think, yeah, it's telling them about it, and so that the school board itself chalks up some wins. Because if the thing on the scoreboard for the, you know, not the formal scoreboard you're talking about, but the informal kind of political scoreboard for the board is, did you pass the budget on the first try? There could be other things,
27 votes.
right,
But
like,
who's counting?
so I think that like an example. I'm just going back to when Violet is rightfully pointing to the presence of information in monitoring reports. And the existence of procedures and operations. I'm just saying that is right and good, but that doesn't mean that the school board can't take a formal position on it delicately, not all the time. We can't take a formal position on fifth grade math. But we can take a formal position, for example, on cell phones or trades, and then that's something that gets written about this in the paper. This board is taking X more seriously, and we don't get in the way of the superintendent executing those policies. You know, we develop any position that we take in coordination.
That's what I was
with her.
thinking, it's more like.
But it's like, we gotta get some points on the board.
Yeah, I agree with you, Seamus, and, you know, I think as we think about the RACI exercise, there was a lot in there about communications, and I could see where the board could have its own potential newsletter, where we say quarterly, we're going to summarize what we've done and put it in the other paper, right? So I think bring up an excellent point. That's what the board has struggled with over the past, because we've had smaller boards and there's been a lot of transition off them, so it's hard to get this kind of stuff going, right? But that's great. I mean, you're absolutely right. I just want to kind of bring it back to my initial comment, and Violet, I'm just going to apologize because Seamus brought up that monitoring report and everything was laid out there for me. And apparently I had looked at that, and now I'm sort of eating crow. But,
It's a lot to make these connections.
well, I think
Takes
that's the
a lot of
struggle,
practice.
is that you have to do this for a long time.
You have to do it for a living. No, that's how I got here.
You said I've been doing this for a year and a half, yet again, I was like, oh my god, you've only been on a year, only been on a year and a half, like, when I joined, the community feedback that I got is it's gonna take you at least 2 years to just figure out which way is up, so like, well, you did participate in board meetings for what? At
Almost a
least-
year,
Yeah,
almost a year
okay.
before I
I
tried.
remember you taking notes in the audience.
The virtue, like, I think. One of the things that when a new employee joins my company, that we always ask them to recognize. Is that they are gonna see things for a brief window before they've drunken the Kool-Aid. And those things are valuable because they represent all of their accumulated life knowledge. Being applied as a perspective to the situation that they find, and so we will get better at knowing, well, that particular monitoring. Personal development is in 210, which we monitor in November. We'll get better at that, but there's also like, like Jen's point about youth leadership, like, does that need to be more front and center? In this day and age where, this Boy Scouts don't exist anymore in a recognizable form, and I don't know, but, so we should recognize there is value in a fresh perspective.
I think that's such a great analogy, and could I just ask you to consider how your company would be running if the entire board was made up of that fresh perspective?
Right.
Because that is
100%.
practically what we are doing right now.
Right. But as an add on to that, when I first saw policy governance. I could definitely see how it was very applicable to nonprofit boards. But, and I think we may be a nonprofit, but the point is but like all those, not many nonprofit boards use policy governance, many for-profit boards, they're not elected. So it's like, we have this sequence of interlocking challenges. And I think that it is possible to be a politically effective board that also uses policy governance, but we have to be intentional about the political side of it too. And that goes all the way back to, if we were gonna change something to the ends policy, I would hope that the way that it gets written about in the newspaper is, this is the first time the board has updated the ends policy in 10 years. What did they add? And I hope that we have a good answer for that, like we should. So it's also an opportunity, since we haven't updated for 10 years. To do something good, and that will redound to the district in budget votes, in support for, and also in people reopening their minds to the possibility that this district, is doing something good, and some people need a little bit of help to understand that things are going better than they perhaps.
And it also speaks to the transparency, which we hear about all the time. So just more out there is, also that.
It is 11:25, so we have about 35 minutes left before lunch, but 20 minutes before potentially people need to pop stuff in and keep for lunch. And we wanted to discuss 2.0, so how are we doing with that?
Exactly. Does anybody have any other ideas about what might need to change about ends? I think it's fine that we've only come up with 2 things, by the way.
Yeah, I would just reiterate that. Changing ends is going to involve a much bigger effort than just saying, I want to add in these 2 phrases, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
We need to
absolutely.
recognize that and decide if that's the case, how we would.
Revisions.
But I think that would be good to do. And I mean, I'm just going back to like the piece with the leadership aspect. I mean, as I was looking through it, I was surprised that didn't come up. That term doesn't come up in there, but I think it would be something to be thinking about.
Well, and honestly, this would be a good question for our prior board members. How have they felt around, looking at heads and if there's stuff they wanted to potentially add? How did that happen, right? Because I don't think these things have been updated.
Why did they not have that?
Why did they not, right? I mean, just to understand their perspective on this, because we're clearly not the only
And
board.
I fully expect that, like, let's say that we wanted to follow up on the youth leadership thing, I fully expect that would take 6 months. It's similar to moving the date of the town meeting. It seems so simple,
Change, right?
but I think we need to be following up on it, so it happens sometime in the next couple
It's on
of
our
years.
June 4th agenda for our steering committee meeting.
But I think we should move on to 2.0 executive limitation.
I just added that question to.
Oh, okay, because I was writing it down, but I've been somewhere, so.
You also do that, and then at the end, we'll definitely have all of the questions.
So same quick, but maybe we make this much faster, we just ask everybody to look at executive limitations and then say if we're missing something.
I mean, I don't know if we could all read through all of executive limitations.
I only have, and I'm glad we're talking about this. My only question, and this is where I struggle, and again, I'm probably gonna eat crow here, because I'll probably say something and Seamus will be like, yeah, you talked about it here two months ago.
Are your words?
You got ChatGPT.
See, that's where, I tend to be old school. So with executive limitations, the hardest thing for me to come to grips with around executive limitations is this desire to do stuff. And then how, I don't know, how do you get things done when you I don't know, I'm not even saying this correctly, and I'm gonna stop because I need to think about my statement before I fully say it. But it feels like sometimes policy governance is a straitjacket. And, you go to executive limitations and I don't even know sometimes what I'm supposed to be monitoring or this or that, so I'm gonna stop there because I'm thinking aloud and that's not a good thing. My wife has warned me about this. And I'm going to
Especially when you're
stop.
being recorded.
Yeah, I know, and that's recorded now. She's gonna listen to this and be like, yeah, all right, told you. So I'm stopping.
I'll give one example of something I think is missing from executive limitations. It's no surprise. I think this would be where we would potentially, and maybe you can correct me on this, Violet, this is where we would say, the superintendent shall not allow, the use of or the inappropriate use of cell phones in schools. And then how that's interpreted, whether it's a full day ban or it's a ban, except when they're in the hallways or whatever, is not up to us. Maybe we can have an opinion about it, but I think
Yep.
something for this year, it would be nice to talk about this all.
Yep, so I don't think it's an executive limitation, I think it's a policy the board develops. So you just straight up, if the board wants this in policy, it's not a limitation, that would be too fine grained size, it's
Okay.
it's a policy. And then I operationalize it with the procedures that accompany and align with the policy. So you could absolutely, the board did discuss making this a policy. The board charged our student reps with providing 2 different updates on the progress of the cell phone restrictions. After the second reporting, the board decided to not implement a policy, and the community feedback through that process was that they felt as long as the restrictions were put into place. If the board wants to implement a policy, that's where to do it though.
What's going on with, is it H54?
I was gonna say there's a
Well,
policy.
There is something moving through the legislature right now.
Yes,
Yep.
there is.
Yeah.
So, and when there are, so yes, and what that would be is once that, so Sue Kuglowski of the VSBA attends all of those sessions, and she's closely tracking H 45, I think it is. And I know that because when I was doing my newsletter and hyperlinking 454, the 4 was left off and it was the cell phone bill, so fresh in my mind yesterday, but So Sue is tracking that closely, and should it go through, and this one has a lot of political support, it's a political win, it's bipartisan. The VSBA would then work with council and develop a model policy from there, and then that is when I would say the board should say, hey, Violet, the VSBA has implemented a model policy. Let's take a crack at, make a copy, South Burlingtonify it, run it by our council, bring it to the community for 3 readings, and then put it into, if that's a policy, then I would develop the procedures. Which are
Laura,
essentially the
you are very familiar with the VSBA model policies. Are there any policies that we're missing in your opinion?
I mean, I don't think so. I'm not gonna
Okay.
take a look, but, I'm kind of just hung up on the cell phone. I would caution us about making policy unless the legislature votes for it. I mean, phones are the bane of my existence. They've made my job almost impossible in some instances, and I've been collecting phones for 10 years. Enforcing such like a cell phone ban, which I think would be great in theory. I just don't see how it happens, because I think what you're gonna find is a lot of parents don't want it. That's,
You have tech addicted parents too, and you have
Yes.
parents
Well,
who
I'm
are
not-
contacting
yes.
kids all day. Yeah.
But we don't have to, I mean, I agree.
I'm just saying, I'm just putting it up. I just want you to know that that would
But
be
you know
very
what?
difficult to do.
I'm Laura's point about don't put a policy in place that can't be enforced.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with that. Like we gotta be so.
I mean, but we're not cutting off discussion.
No.
But we're saying we should, I think in the course of this year, one of the things that I will propose for the agenda, who knows, maybe it's in August. Will be this, and then we can have that discussion and you can bring up that.
Let's do what the
Maybe H
legislature does.
54 will already be passed, right? Another,
Yeah,
I wish I'd had you at Donuts and discussion yesterday, because the thing is that schools are microcosms
Yeah,
of the
they-
larger
they
culture.
reflect
And if you have
society.
a societal problem with phones, you have a school problem,
Yeah.
a school culture problem with phones, right? They're inextricably connected and they're not.
Absolutely. And I've had parents say to me, I need to be able to get in touch with my child all day. Okay,
Can I ask just a procedural question? Because Seamus, you bring up a really interesting point, and this is just sort of a generic thing outside of the particular topic of cell phones. So as a board, we have discussion items, and Seamus wants to talk about cell phones with potentially something coming out of that, right? My question would be from, say, a Robert's Rules perspective, what's the most appropriate action there? Is it simply to put this on for discussion, knowing that something might come out of it? Or should Seamus potentially prepare a motion he wants to bring to the board about it? And then there's discussion based upon the motion, or because we often have discussions on the board about topics just like this. There's a lot that goes back and forth, and somebody will say, well, you know what I think we should do? And the moment I hear what I think we should do is I motion that. And then there's supposed to be discussion on top of that, but we've already had the discussion.
Right.
So the question would be, and I guess this is,
Speak to this.
that would be, thank you.
Yeah. So I think, highly functioning boards have policy committees. You have a policy committee. If someone wants a topic discussed, it should always be under discussion items first to allow the community the opportunity to weigh in. Technically, you could put it on an action item. However, doing that before sensitizing it with the community and allowing time for community discussion is not an effective way to move something forward. So like, you could be technically right and put it on as motion, but that's not gonna win us any favors.
so it would be
right?
like, first we would say, I want this to be in the discussion agenda item, cell phone policy.
Yep.
Then we might form a policy committee, then months later, we would
First,
have an action.
so we can put on, first step is discussion items for committees. After post retreat, the board has decided that we are primed and prepared to form committees. We have, we're going to have discussion with the community. Here are the committees we think we're going to have. Policy committee, community engagement committee, communications. I was taking things I've heard. Or maybe you start small and you do 2 committees and policy committee is one of them. Great, discuss it at a board meeting, discuss it at another board meeting, take public feedback. Ultimately, then put it on and do it 3 times, right? Because it's not, you don't technically have to, but it's a way to engage the community. Put it on for an action item. We are going to develop a committee for policy. Then then you put cell phones on as discussion item, revisiting the restrictions. You take public comment on it, and then ultimately from there, you put it on for action, which would.
I think what I need to do, in
Developing
order to
policy.
understand what you're saying, is like, would you just write down in your superintendent update the sequence of meeting agenda item, meeting agenda item? Just take, for example, any of the things we talked about, cell phones, social media, public comment, and just give me a breakdown of like, in meeting one, discussion item, in meeting two, X, in meeting three, and then we can use that as like a template, right?
Helpful, I feel like, you know how the VSBA sends us these little laminated, guides for how you get work done? I feel like it would be helpful to have the VSBA literally say like, you are a representation of the community. Here's an issue that you want to discuss as a school board member. How do you go about doing that in your board capacity while representing your constituency?
I think it's nuanced, so I could say that, I think sensitive, when we read a policy, we read it 3 times. I don't think you should ever put something on for action before you first had it for a discussion item. So,
Oh, yeah, and I don't think Tim was suggesting. that.
well, no, Tim's question was a technical one. Could you technically put it on for, according to Robert's Rules of Order, you could technically add it as an action item. But I'm saying what I am advising, and there's no hard and fast rule, is that the board put items on for discussion before warning them for action. So like I could put something in writing, but you could get people could have really different opinions. The other piece of that is sometimes things are really time sensitive. Sometimes you get a new act that we're like putting it into motion. And, I'm bringing you Act 29 and I will have discussed in my superintendent's reports, I'm following this, it's gonna come into place. But then you're gonna see Act 29 first reading on there, right? But, so there's time sensitive things, so I don't think there is a hard and fast rule. I could put like my views on best practice, which is have the board sensitize something and discuss it in front of the community, take public comment before putting onto action. But according to Robert's rules, you could, at our May 7th, well, we're warning the agenda like any second now, so.
Well, but not to get into the details.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanna bring up one other thing, so that we can get off this agenda item. Since I thought that executive limitations would encompass things like cell phones, but you're saying actually it's a policy.
Yes,
Maybe what we're saying is that like the idea for something like, updating your social media policy, I think that would be another thing I'd add to something I want the board to do over the course of this year. And is there anybody else who has policies that they think we need to revisit over the course of this year that wants to mention it now? I'd be very interested to hear, like, has anybody read a policy and like this is not up to date?
D9, which I added to, we never completed the 3rd reading on that.
Right,
So I
that's,
added that to the May 7th agenda
Okay.
because that does need updating to be accurate and compliant.
What is D9?
Security camera,
so we had discussed it 3 times, warned it for action, and I don't think we ever took action on it.
That's right.
So. And I happened to notice that at some point as I was going through policy, I have no idea how it fell off, but, so if I can I'm just gonna give an example, just going back to my last question, I apologize as it like ends exactly, but. So, not to scratch a wound, but, we have the question of how we interact with the union, right? So, I have an idea, well, let's form a committee around this to investigate what our best approach is, right? Should that be on for a discussion initially, and then at some point we say, Tim says, well, I think I may do a motion, so I bring that in for action
I can discuss it with legal counsel first.
first.
And you have counsel look at the governance model and then what they would advise, because you don't want to offer or discuss something that isn't a structure that can be implemented.
Right, so, but say the motion would be to form a committee to investigate how that would work. Is that an appropriate motion to bring without discussion, or should we have open discussion about that first?
I'd say counsel first.
Council first, okay.
Because you're also gonna need guidance on how to structure that conversation,
Yep.
but like, what are parameters, pieces like that, so. It has been, my understanding, it has been 11 years since board members, including the chair, have worked with the union. And so in a modified policy governance board, it is not uncommon for chairs, not full boards, chairs to meet with unions. In a policy governance board, the superintendent is the point of contact. So you'd have to look at your structures. Are you pure PG? Are you modified PG? What are you doing? And so there's, just some of the background info.
Is there anything that states, is there any law or something that states members of the board can't meet with and just listen to?
I don't wanna go down, and I just was using that, Dan, as a.
No,
I understand.
get it, but we get so deep into. Well, it hasn't been done, or it hasn't been done this long, where you can't, unless there's something that says we can't, and it's a law. There's absolutely nothing wrong, in my opinion, with a few members of the board meeting with the union heads just to listen to them.
There is 3.0, which says the board's sole official connection to the operational organization, its achievements and its conduct will be through the superintendent's skills. So we do have that policy. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but you asked what we have, and like that is there.
So I don't wanna,
I'm sorry, and that's in where?
3.0, board management delegation.
I don't want, I didn't bring this up to go down this path because it hasn't been warned for discussion, and I think this would be the one area we. Yeah, well, I guess what I'm hearing, Violet, is in that example. What I'm hearing is, I'm thinking I'd like the board to do something, I'd like to make a motion, it's kind of a big thing. Maybe I should talk with the chair first and have the chair give me some advice on how to do that, because you said. Go to legal, right? I wouldn't have any idea that that's what I should do first, so if I'm preparing a motion or thinking I'd like to do something, I guess what I'm hearing. Is take it to the chair, the chair could then look at it and say, well, let me ask superintendent first, just to get some advice.
Yeah.
So that we come prepared to the board meeting with appropriate motions that.
And then have discussion.
And have discussion and, okay, that's what I wanted to clarify, because in the past, I will say with smaller boards, it's been sort of, hey, let's kind of do this or that, and it was really very informal. But as we tackle some tougher issues and stuff, where we might want to do motions, I just want to make sure we're all. Thank you, I appreciate that.
I think it's.
Boards can't have a labor management communication committee. That can happen. So it'd be like 2 or 3 people from the board, maybe someone from HR who meets and listens.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is a practice that I would actually encourage us to do, but.
Yeah,
We're not
that's-
solving this now, but that is something we are allowed to.
that's something that,
Should.
is, and to your question on legal structures, that would have to be negotiated in the contract. So I'm glad you brought that up.
If we want to,
because,
yeah.
If you wanted to do that,
Contract.
in the.
You can have the labor management committee meeting without having it be in the contract.
Yeah, I think you can.
I don't think you can with a PG board unless you modify 3.0. But this is something that, you
Well,
can
unless
see
we
in
modify
some
3.0.
collective bargaining agreements.
Okay.
So yeah, this is something that is articulated in some CBAs.
But it definitely deserves a whole discussion.
It does.
That's what I'm saying.
And I want to say, ChatGPT discovered, when I asked it, that you actually approved the security camera policy on December 18th.
So I thought we approved it too, so that's really good to know. So what we did is we manually looked through minutes. Could you pull the minutes?
I
Yeah,
did
yeah,
see
it's
in the
right here.
minutes where it was approved,
good.
that's where.
Trombley made a motion to approve the security camera policy. Williams seconded, Van Gilder abstained, and all were in favor.
Perfect.
ChatGPT.
Thank
Okay,
you so much,
so,
GPT. So we're gonna.
I don't know if
strike-
it's true. I
I
don't
would
know.
say, I don't, just don't look at it first.
It's here. I mean, it's in the minutes.
He's
but-
looking at the
I
minutes.
know.
You're looking
just
at the
understand.
actual minutes?
Yeah, I'm
I
looking
am
at
too.
it. I only bring it up as a comedic moment.
then maybe what's missing is maybe we check the website to make sure there's an approved policy out there, because.
It's in the 12.
12/18.
So I'll check the website, but I think I was looking at the actual policies posted and it was unapproved.
Okay.
And I apologize, I thought I went back and
Pretty
checked it the minute
Yeah.
and that, man, I'm eating crow today left and right.
Well, no, this is, it's.
No, it just means that
Tastes
you
like
will be a
chicken.
highly,
I'll become a very proficient user of whatever you're doing. there.
ChatGPT.
Just bringing us.
Yeah, you updated on, yeah.
Not, you're pointing out that like the official connection.
And it'll take you
is not
to,
updated. Like,
it'll take you to.
And yeah, I'm trying to remember, I thought I went back to look to see.
Julia and Delina read manually through, Julia typed, she prepares the minutes and Delina, also looked back, they just didn't find them. but they
Oh, I
didn't-
wanna recognize, Tim, you did the right thing,
Yeah, you
because
did.
if you had noticed, we would have noticed that
Yeah.
it was out of date on the website.
Well, thanks, now I feel.
I'm not
better.
saying, yeah, I'm not saying it's any pro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, which, you know, sometimes it's.
Also, I, if anyone ever asked me to remember what meeting I did something.
Like,
It's,
so.
Give me a random thing that you did last year, see if I can find it,
Yeah, oh, and on the board.
in the last 3 years. This is like
This is what
that,
I'm looking for, you know, going
this is
through
like that acronym Jeopardy that you play with the superintendent, except now this is more like agenda Jeopardy, that you asked me, when did we zoom to X?
When did we move to, or when did we approve
From the Zoom.
updates to our weapons
And
policy?
I had to forward it, this is what drives me, but it's literally in this policy, it just gives one.
When you click on it?
You click on it, and then it's what helps me to figure out. You know, and then
I think we're done with executive limitations.
Executive limitation.
Lunch discussions.
Yeah, we need to, they need to, we have to post.
Oh, so much?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Consensus, a decision, that's what we.
Okay,
Oh.
I was going to bring grilled cheese and instead I left the bread and cheese on the table. So, I did not bring anything. What are the logistics of lunch? I wasn't here, so what is the, bring me up to date.
Media Factory is wondering how the board will decide on filming for lunch. They have the option to do a zoomed out piano of the room. They can do sound or no sound. Open meeting law has been updated. What council is doing is that they have things filmed with volume on. And folks just meet in configurations that do not violate quorum. You all can make whatever decision you want. You can decide, so it would be for the board to just give direction to both our IT and to Media Factory on how you want this warned. I will always advise to be most transparent. I think that's really important, and it's better to not have a question about open meeting laws. My advice.
I personally would rather not be filmed eating, but that's just me. If, the board, what?
So the key point is that if we're not filmed eating, then we have to not only commit to not talk about the school business, but also we need to not be in quorum in the little groups that we're eating at.
No
That would
groups
be-
larger than,
So, if we did a zoomed out panel,
larger than.
then we're all eating, but nobody's getting any close-ups on, spilling food on your face.
I also have an idea, we can eat in succession. So like I could eat and then Laura could eat.
Where did you throw the tennis ball to? That's
Right,
what's
yeah.
next.
One bite.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is like a little,
He's
I've
just being
never
silly.
encountered such a thing, but.
I sort of feel like, here's what I think, if we all like close our laptops and put our papers away and we wanna sit here and eat as a group. I think that it would be fine to have video on and audio off, so that if, especially if we're not talking about board business, if we're getting to know each other, like the team building stuff. I recognize that that does put us at a disadvantage, that community members, might not like that.
And I think there's a specific exemption, and I know that it's hard to operationalize, but there's a specific exemption in the law for social gatherings.
Yes.
Where we're not talking about board business, so I think that I agree. We should, it's one of those like risk reward things, I think that we should just all commit that we're not gonna talk about
School board.
board stuff.
Don't worry, I have to go upstairs and work, finish 2.7 for you all.
Sure.
I agree, I can definitely commit to not.
Yeah, I will.
I'd love to not talk about board stuff.
Okay. So the directions for media is we're gonna pause the Zoom. And we'll ask media factors to do the panel view with sound off. We're gonna put all of our materials away and we're just gonna sit and eat lunch together. And just get to know each other and not talk about work business. And then when we are finished eating, we will bring the sound and the audio back as it is now when we resume our board discussion. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Are we
And,
coming back at 1?
Yeah.
Just so Media Factory and, we're all in.
And ChatGPT found that the weapons policy was approved, in November 20th.
I'm gonna sit next to him.
Oh,
Yeah, I
No,
want you to show me how to
general.
do that. I want you to show me how to do. Could you give a tutorial at lunchtime?
on that
Give
ChatGPT
yeah.
tutorial?
Yeah, you should
Yes.
give a demo for us.
I
Yeah,
think
get your off again before you go.
Or we won't look at anything board related.
so we're recessing. for-
Memorize.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Have you memorized?
Perfect.
I move that we.
Can't show off. Can't show off.
Aye. For recess for 5 minutes.
I have no interest in ChatGPT, so you all. I'm sorry, the amount of nuclear power plants coming online because of ChatGPT is starting to freak me out, and I deal with it.
We should
all
put
day.
that as a discussion item.
Are we done?
I deal with it all day, I can't.
I don't think we have any power over nuclear.
So were we recessed? We're recessed.
Okay.
All right, everyone, you ready? Back to the agenda. Are we all set?
Yeah.
Rather than, oh wait, no. All right, everybody ready? All right. Nick, are we recording?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so agenda item 6. No, 8, no, 9, third team building game.
We ready?
How much movement is there?
Huh? How much movement?
No, just, you know. 8:11.
We do have some movement.
Okay, I can do.
Okay, all right, so this game, this next one that we are playing. It's also, it's actually probably good for, I've heard that after lunch, if you can move, it's a good thing. All right, so this, we're going to just imagine, is a magic carpet, okay? How this works. We're gonna open this up. Like so. Put it silver side down, doesn't really matter. We're gonna open up our tarp. And we're gonna have, everyone's gonna come over. And I will again be a facilitator. And I measured this out last night, so we can have 1, 2, 3, 4, and everybody's gonna stand on the tarp. Oh, get on the tarp. On your magic carpet. Wherever you guys wanna be.
But on the edge. Doesn't
Yeah, you want your feet to be not touching the carpet, so get on, so actually be on the tarp.
Gotcha.
Okay, and now I'm not gonna give you any advice, but the instructions are, your feet cannot touch the carpet. Imagine everything over here is all lava. So you can't touch the carpet. And without touching the carpet, I want you to figure out how everybody is going to be able to stay on this, but you have to flip it upside down the other way so that the silver side is facing up. Oh.
Are we allowed to talk?
Yeah, you can talk first time through. Talk through, first time through, you're gonna do it twice. First time through, you can talk. Second time through, no talking.
I folded, fun fact, I folded over 2,000 origami frames.
You're the leader.
Okay, so
You're the best credentials on the, on the rug so far, the tarp so far.
So my thought is for us to take a corner and try to get the orange part on, the carpet, the lava, yep, the lava. And then slowly have each person, will just sort of try to like, how do I explain this? Okay,
Can we step on the backside of it?
Yeah, once you get it flipped over,
Yeah. So,
you can get on it.
Maybe
So, do we-
Violet, would you mind stepping over there?
We use our hands.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
oh my God, yeah, damn, that would be,
And so
okay, I'm
here's what
gonna.
I'm thinking, if we just did it like, we just did it like this, we wouldn't have.
That's the point.
We wouldn't ever, if we just did it like.
Superintendent, yes. That would work.
If we
This
just
is
did it like
hilarious to
this,
do in
it wouldn't
education,
work,
because everyone's like.
Eventually, we wouldn't have, we'd all be standing on what we need to move. So my thought is if we do it at a quarter instead, there will always be a little bit of space for us to adjust.
On that now?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then Dan, if you'll step on the orange part. And then Violet and Dan will move. I just making it smaller. Not,
Well, yeah, and that's
we're not,
inevitable.
we're not getting this part on the lava, so.
Well, I think, can you?
And Dan can be
Dan can
down.
come over here, we can get a lot closer.
You have
We
to
can
start
start
making-
stepping on the silver part.
All right.
But I was just thinking if we could get some of the orange part on the carpet, but maybe.
So maybe we want all one go to this corner. As much as possible, like Tim and, yeah.
Or- let's try getting as many people onto the silver part right now as we can.
Right.
Sure.
If you come back off,
Mhm.
we pull this down onto the top of our feet to gain some more space because we can have this overlap our feet.
Okay.
I've been saying you can't do that, so we could actually.
Right.
pull over further. And
And then start stepping here,
I
like
would
this
flat,
kind of a thing.
yes. Probably then all kind of let it drop.
I got it behind you, Myra.
Right.
And then you step over. or-
Now, the only, wait,
No, wait, no, wait, we may have messed this. I don't know.
We don't know
yes,
yet.
you did, because we aren't going to be able to
Pull out the.
plural up the orange part.
Well, can we go back and forth?
We are successfully getting some
Yeah.
orange on the carpet over
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I think we
So
might
we're-
be able to do it, go back and forth.
Okay, so do you want us, should we all step now?
No, step around.
Oh, yeah.
See, if we were in my class, half of you would have been shoved off into the.
Okay, so now.
Would have made it a lot easier.
Okay,
And Lord,
So I just
yeah,
get on.
here,
Step on
that's
here.
off, for your, you can way in the corner, and then there, yep.
You know, if you're gonna sacrifice me, that's all right.
No.
In my class,
You're welcome.
Here we go, and if you step right here, you're good, and then you can pull that out.
Hold on, coming together, let me, I step off.
You can step off.
No.
We're good, we did it.
Anybody?
All right.
No.
Nice.
Hey,
Nicely
nice.
done.
We're talking.
Now, can you do it without speaking? Now, can you do it without speaking?
Yes.
Okay. And with your eyes closed. That was so. Nicely done.
Everybody turn to the camera and go, yeah.
All right, so what are some learnings from that experience?
everybody should be quiet.
Much faster. You find something that works, don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, as you know, we start off with good instruction that first time, everybody listened. And then the second time, everybody just put it into action.
Yeah.
There was
Nobody
trust and
questioned it.
comfortability the
First
second
time,
time
Ended
too.
up working second.
Right, exactly.
And the first time what I saw was, there was an initial suggestion,
Yeah,
some helpful critique. And then it evolved as, and then we got comfortable with the critique and then it evolved very quickly. You know what we missed though?
There is no public comment. Oh.
I didn't miss that.
So, vision and strategy.
Appreciate public comment, just, you know.
A successful team
We want it
needs
done.
someone to articulate a clear plan and keep the goal focused, keep the group focused on the goal. And then help break down the challenge into manageable steps and maintain morale when progress slows.
I also noticed that Chelsea had experience, so we followed her past experience and grew on that.
Right, and then she accepted, like, something wasn't working. That was not a big deal to accept the challenge. Tim made a suggestion that, did it work or not? I don't remember.
Yeah.
It
Yeah, I
did, yeah,
think-
and
I think, like-
Tim contributed.
Yeah, my initial idea was not to have us start thinking about taking a whole side, like, and folding it completely back on itself. Like, my initial idea was a corner is gonna help give us like something that's gonna go off another side, so we don't end up standing on what we need to move. And I feel like Tim's suggestion was helping to like take that part of the concept and make it more doable. And then Dan, I think, did a really nice job of like directing everybody as he became like the last person to be able to.
Yeah.
And he offered to sacrifice himself.
He did.
Another.
Very important.
Straight.
All instances.
Seamus tried to push me out.
Did Just kidding, Seamus.
Oh, I almost fell over.
Well, you're lucky I brought that tarp. I almost brought the one that's half that size.
Oh my God.
Cause that's a good size. All right, so other things, active listening requires everyone's input, especially quieter voices that might have valuable ideas. And they succeed when people feel heard and included. Physical coordination and awareness are essential, especially in tight quarters. So appreciation for body language and cues, that nobody's gonna like fall into the lava pit, right? And resilience and adaptability. When initial strategies fail, stay calm and pivot. And it demonstrates the value of learning from failure and encouraging persistence.
Yeah.
Good
For
job,
any-
everybody.
For any member of the public who's watching this later, I just want to point out that it's easy for kids to work with each other. But as you get older, it gets harder. And so we're just, we're trying to work together better.
That's right.
But what you're saying is you can create it our instilled, right?
Yes, we're trying to bring it out in order to be more effective,
Right.
policy governance.
Socially, learning, like laughing together, creating the group together, and.
Makes it more.
We're all.
Which is thorough too. I mean, if Dan had fallen off into the lava, we all would have felt sorry.
bad.
We would have bonded.
Picture real quick while we're all standing. We've talked about maybe taking a photo, right? Oh, and someone's phone. Where should we?
maybe, what if we have that?
Oh my.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's almost like.
This is why she's chair.
What the stuff is
For photo op.
So we were at the time, like, I filmed like a bus commercial, and it had like the city logo to that, and I was like, that, and then like the first,
It's like a lineup.
they were also looking at the logo. So it was
You want maybe
No, we should probably just squish in, won't we?
Thankfully.
Turn so we don't look like we're in a circle like that. There we go.
We got it all.
Yeah.
I think that's perfect.
Good. One down.
Yeah, there's back up. Okay. Ready? Say school board.
That was great, Nick.
You think some more? Just-
Yeah, yeah.
1, 2, 3, policy governance.
Go ahead, smile away.
Okay, that one got me to smile.
That one was good. And then the next three would have
It's a
been
bunch of-
Robert's Rules of Order.
Yeah.
Yes. Policy governance, that's great.
Thanks again, Jen.
That's great.
Oh,
thanks
yeah,
for having
absolutely.
fun.
All right,
Will
so
you share these with us?
She's giving us our.
okay, I'm gonna give you guys all a handout.
Great.
Okay.
So, take one last look at your rocks, if you can.
You wanna go, let's see if we can. I'm sure we're- You should have taken them. When she comes,
Right,
rock stealer.
the rock stealer.
Right.
And actually, these ones are a little tricky too, because they, cause these ones do look, when I've done this in the past, I haven't used these ones are good ones to use, cause they do look so.
But they
Maybe
were
that's
so
good
similar.
So similar.
I don't know, I have an ace in the hole in my rock.
Yeah, oh, I know, I know. Okay. All right,
Mix them up.
we're gonna mix them up. We're gonna mix them up. We're gonna let everybody kind of move to something else for a little
Forget
bit.
about their rock.
That comes back. Wow.
Planning or baking.
Hey, I come from the era of tech.
There's no initials on these, are there?
Right. Are we ready to move to the next agenda? Agenda item 10, board management delegation, and 4.0 governance process policy. Does everyone want me to share my screen like I was doing before, just to bring policies up?
Sure. Thanks.
And what's the suggestion in terms of how we structure this discussion?
Would you, and you're putting on the three oh.
Yeah, I just went to scroll to it and it wasn't loading substantially.
Are you getting that on the website, Chelsea? Cause
Yes, I am getting it on the website.
that's only showing me.
If you go to,
Actually, let's do this as like a line numbers together. I keep, the Zoom bar keeps making it difficult for me to.
It disappears after
Just. So if we start at the South Burlington School District website page, like the homepage, and go to menu and scroll down to school board. Under school board, you'll see policy and your governance.
Okay.
And then here, if you say, it says, read the full policies here, this is a link. And then you'll be able to scroll through.
Oh, that's where, okay.
I'm glad that we did that, because I'm sure.
Well, it's,
Question.
I found 1.0 a different way, so I don't know what I did.
Well, yeah, that's listed on like the main digging things policy.
Oh, is that what I did? Yeah, I have this all printed out. I just can't remember how I got there. Thank you.
Right, so we'll scroll to. Do we want to do the same thing of, reading it, reading it? You want to share your first two questions or thoughts?
So I think one interesting bullet point is 4.8 governance investment.
Oh, we're reading 4 as well.
No, I'm just reading 3.
I also believe.
Oh, you only read that, okay, okay. Right, on 3, I was gonna comment on the word that we use for community engagement, which I believe is ownership linkage or something like that. Is that right?
Are you talking about 2.3?
No, it's,
The superintendent is the board's only link, at 3.2, the superintendent is the board's only link to operational achievement. 25.
no, never mind, I'll talk about 4. I've talked about 4.
I think that 3.3.4 is interesting in the context of the conversation we had this morning. So the board may change its ends and executive limitations policies, thereby shifting the boundary between board and superintendent domains. By doing so, the board changes the latitude of choice given to the superintendent. But as long as any particular delegation is in place, the board will respect and support the superintendent's choices.
So I was talking about, like, boards meeting with other employees of the district. This is what I was referring to 3.3.4. Because as this is written, that would not, it doesn't, our policy does not prescribe that as written now.
You're saying meeting with the union is against 334, sorry.
I think it's against 3.0, but 3.3.4 dictates that if we wanted to meet with the union, we need to shift the boundary that is currently prescribed in 2.0 and 1.0. Like the board has the ability, this is how I interpret this, the board may change 1.0 and 2.0, thereby shifting the boundary between board and superintendent domains. By doing so, the board changes how much choice we give to our superintendent, but as long as any particular delegation is in place, the board will respect and support superintendent's choices. And I just think the retreat is a great opportunity for us as a team to figure out how we do the work that we see needs to get done. And so I see this policy as explaining that as part of the policy. And if we don't want to have like a specific conversation on this topic, I think it would be due to have a full conversation on its own. But since we're talking about 3.0, those were the things that stood out to me.
Can you talk a little bit about direct monitoring or?
Yeah, in what context?
Okay, so for example, the board will view 3.2.3, the board will view superintendent performance as identical to organizational performance. So. I believe that some in policy governance, some monitoring comes from monitoring reports. And some monitoring optionally comes from something other than monitoring reports. Like direct monitoring, like, you know, if you know, policy governance must have something other than just reading reports.
Financial report, for example, is a third party coming in and assessing financial performance, right? And I think you're referring to 4.8. Governance investment, and maybe not, but it specifically calls out there that, for example, outside monitoring assistance will be arranged so that the board can exercise confident control. So I think what that is saying is that the board has the ability to bring in sort of these third party perspectives in order to fully assess performance, right? Because clearly we, you know, going through the books is something that we would expect an auditor.
And that's also an example of, like Panorama is an example of it's effectively third party because it's generated by a third party. And it's
But-
not, you don't write Panorama, like Panorama says whatever it's gonna say.
Decision to implement the superintendent's not.
Right.
And so I think direct monitoring, I'm trying to think of like what examples you're thinking. Compliance with like,
I was just thinking like the audit.
so I think that's like the disinterested third party.
Right.
I could think of a couple of other examples of direct monitoring where the board feels it's absolutely necessary to potentially go into a school to look at conditions of the school, right? We've done that before where we've gone in and looked at the schools ourselves. That I would take as direct monitoring. Another example, and this has come up, is a superintendent evaluation. Is there, you know, how does that happen? Do you have a third party come in, right? That would be a much bigger discussion, but that is another, you know, discussion around third party. We're still following policy governance. But it is through a third party to provide additional input. Correct me if I'm wrong, is that?
Yep, and I would say there's another example where the board is currently exercising a third party. I will also say direct inspection. We have safety plans that we can't put on websites because we can't reveal the safety plans, but board members have and do come and review our full safety plans. In like paper copy, we've walked board members through them. So there's an example of a direct inspection. Board members can do direct inspections of all kinds of documents, and you all have exercised that. Contracts, hiring, finances, anything that could cause potential harm or risk the district. So safety plans being a really concrete example, it would put potentially staff and students at harm if those were exposed to the community.
So like, for example, one policy governance person, her name is Rose Mercier, or Rose. Monitoring by direct inspection, when, how, and why. There are three methods the board can use to monitor CS compliance. Most frequent method is internal report. External monitoring is, you know, third party. And then direct inspection is where the board delegates one or more members to verify there is evidence of the CEO's reasonable interpretation. So there is like, that's the word is direct inspection that I was, so I think what I'm getting back to is. You know, if what we're talking about, since you brought it up, is the labor management concept, right? And if we wanted to, what?
It's been brought up.
It's been brought
It's
up.
been brought up.
It's like, one way you could thread the needle. I don't think it would be a very good idea, but one way you could thread the needle is you could say, well. We want to directly inspect. That. And so we're delegating board members to. Talk to the union as a way of monitoring organization performance. You could argue that. I think that'd be kind of indirect. It might be better to have a more explicit. Change to policy if that's what's necessary, if that's what the board thinks is the right thing to do, but you could argue that even under our current guidelines. There is space for direct inspection.
I think, I don't agree that that's direct inspection. An example of direct, so this specifically states direct inspection is something that you would verify my interpretation. So say curriculum monitoring report, I give you the data workbook as evidence. You want to check my numbers on that, or you want to validate the scores, then you can come and like have the raw data and look at it, right? Like, or I have given you, any kind of evidence in a monitoring report, and you want to say, thanks for the evidence, prove it. You can have access to looking into that. It doesn't mean that board members are. It means that you have unfettered access, I mean, which you do anyway, to pretty much everything. Except for personnel matters and unless they come to your attention. But it means that you have access to my interpretation of any information I've provided. So if I link something in a monitoring report and you want to fact check it, you have the right to ask for that information, which is an example of direct inspection. Is that?
That's not what it says, though. It doesn't say it's your interpretation. It just says by direct inspection in which a designated member or members of the board assesses compliance with the appropriate policy criteria. So it doesn't say we're doing it, looking at what you gave us as an interpretation. Exactly.
I think we're reading from a different.
This is 3.42C.
I was looking at 3 point.
But I think when we.
Good, I thought I was going crazy.
No, we were literally just reading different pieces. No, you are right, and I was reading a different piece.
Okay.
Which says, I was reading what was on the screen.
Hmm.
And it was that, so yeah, we're both right, just different areas.
3.42.
Oh,
C.
Okay. Yeah, and I was up above, I think in 3.2, but Chelsea had, and it says. Two, I think maybe it was 3.3, here we go. I'll get there for a second, but. I don't know where it's.
I mean, I think we should establish, for example, that if we were having labor management meetings, we would not, for example, be evaluating any staff. Because that's specifically not allowed by what we're doing here. And furthermore, it would not be anything covered by contract negotiations. That's a different law, so.
This is a good example. I would really like to think through this. I'm not sure I totally understand what can you like repeat your point?
I was following up on what I thought your point was. Which, I was just saying. I think policy governance tries to draw, like, it's kind of like separation of powers or separation of concerns. It's trying to draw a very bright line between governance and operations. And one of the implications of that, in order to make that work properly, part of the point of policy governance is that you have to essentially treat the CEO as your only employee, like they're your link to the organization, right? And a further like thing about that is that therefore the superintendent's performance is indistinguishable from the organization's performance. Your performance is theirs, theirs is yours, you know, the buck stops with you for the organization. However, we are responsible for monitoring the organization's performance. And so we can use 3 methods of doing that. And I was saying that if we're talking about labor management meetings, one way to view the labor management meeting is the direct inspection method of determining the organization's performance. You know,
Yeah, and so then I think the question I would have is, how would you ensure that that committee is a. And this is where I would say, making sure you have board members who understand. This point, but how would you make sure that committee is representative of all of the labor management that our superintendent is responsible for?
Are you suggesting that the board would evaluate me based on a labor management committee? Rather than monitoring reports?
I'm not suggesting how we do anything, I'm just saying that. If there was interest in the board of doing a labor management meeting, which I believe that there is.
Which would need to be negotiated.
Well, that's your opinion about it, I
It could
think
be done two ways, right? It could be a change to policy, or if it's negotiated into a contract would supersede whatever our policy says.
well, there's three, but there's a third option, which is neither in the contract nor is it in our policies. We're just saying, sure, we'll meet with you. We'll delegate 3 board members to meet with the union. And we would justify it under 3 or 2C direct board monitoring. I'm just saying that
Because
would be
written
one.
above, there's. I don't agree with your interpretation of that, because as written above, I am your only connection, right? So you need to change this. This says, you're trying to make the connection that first of all, I think a labor management is great. I think more access, better, whatever, just to be clear, so folks know where I stand. That part I think would be a good thing. That's a positive. However, the way this reads, you do not, as a board member, have access to work with any employee other than me, as this reads. Your argument that a labor union, whatever labor committee is part of direct inspection is what I'm saying. I do not agree that that's direct inspection.
And which specific thing are you, 3-2, 3-3?
3 or 2C, is that right? Was that what you're?
We were looking at,
3-2, 4C is my justification, but I'm
Oh.
asking
Oh, I
the
thought-
superintendent,
just go
which one-
to the rate, the
Yeah.
top.
which one are you looking at that says that you're
The superintendent, the board will never, superintendent, 3.2, the superintendent is the board's only link to operational achievement and conduct. All authority and accountability to staff, as far as the board is concerned, is all the authority and accountability is of the superintendent. Accordingly, the board will never give instructions to persons who report directly to the superintendent. So that would be that labor negotiations committee.
Well, there's where I think we might disagree.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah,
Well, I think that top line, if you look at 3.2, I don't know how you could. This phrase, the superintendent is the board's only link to operational achievement, and I'm not gonna argue this any further. I think labor committees are a good thing. As this is written,
My only
I
thought for
don't
you, and I'm not
agree
sure.
that. Good.
Well, I would, you don't have to stop arguing for your point, is, like, let's say that we were to change the policy and insert something more explicit about our responsibility to talk to the board or to the union. Would that necessarily be in your interest?
Well, I think what would happen then is, is the union president your CEO? I mean, like, who is, if the co-presidents don't get what they want from the superintendent, they go to the board, right? I'm just
I'm just arguing from the perspective of, like, if the board wants to make an evaluation of
The climate,
the climate, sure. And they don't wanna hire a third party, and they don't wanna hear it from the superintendent. Then it would seem to be direct inspection is the remaining option, and so if we treated labor management committee as and labor management committee is maybe the wrong thing, maybe it's like in Germany where like the labor always gets to make operational decisions, I'm not talking about that. But I'm just saying, it might not actually be what you want right now for us to change the policy such that we add something in here saying that we will talk to the union. I think it might be more, it might rock the boat less if we just treat that as something that is possible under direct inspection.
Just like to reframe, are we having a discussion about whether or not we would like to discuss talking to the union? Or are we having a discussion about the process of how we would do something like that? My understanding is this topic was the example to facilitate the policy discussion. And so I just want to be really clear that like, we did not warn on the agenda that we were going to be talking about whether or not the board should be with the union. We're using it as an example for our policy discussion. And so if the point that is being discussed right now is how does the board directly inspect the evidence that were given by the superintendent, that might not be. I think this example is like, it's more subjective or it's more.
Well, I think that what you just said, how does the board inspect the evidence directly inspect the evidence presented by the superintendent? I think that that's putting, you're going. Board superintendent evidence, direct inspection, but I think actually the point of direct inspection is. You know, there's three ways, it doesn't go through the superintendent, is what I'm saying.
And I would love to push back on that and say the board is not the educational expert, nor should it be expected to be the educational expert, and does need interpretation from an educational expert, in this case, the superintendent.
I just want to add one thing real quick. The only thing is if you scroll down there to number 3.2.3, up right there, go up, right
This
there.
one?
The board will view superintendent performance as identical to organizational performance. So the organizational accomplishment of the board stated and studied up. So the way I see it, this is why I think it's so critical to go back to look at all of the requirements under policies and ends, and to be able to link it and see, this is where we're chasing that. And I believe that I don't
Those are
know
the
if there's a
monitoring reports,
climate. Yeah, and it's the monitoring reports and other things that are within that and learning more, but I think there's climate survey information even in there. So we've got to just map it out and say, this is where we're getting to all of those. And then the question becomes, is it sufficient? Or is there something more that we need to be doing? Because it's not scratching the itch.
So if the board has deemed monitoring reports as, compliant, then that's the mapping. So the structure in place that you're describing, the one we currently have, is monitoring reports. So when you want to map out the ends, they're currently mapped to the policies, which are monitored. So in this evaluation, you look back annually at monitoring reports. Is there overall compliance? So that is how this is operationalized currently.
Right. Right.
And sorry, go ahead.
I just wanna pipe in because I understand. I understand the issue and sort of this need to want to do something, and again, running into this sort of straitjacket here. But I think Jen brings up a good point. What we monitor, we first have to determine that when we look at a monitoring report, that is our source. And that is very clear, right? Getting feedback from the union in a labor union meeting is not evidence that we
Right.
should be considering in any way, shape or form. Because it just isn't, right? We need to look to the monitoring report. If we're looking at the monitoring report, and this is something that we all should do, is in advance, are we seeing the evidence potentially that we want to see? We may, correct me if I'm wrong, Violet, say, we'd like to see something in the report that we're potentially not seeing right now. We could potentially ask for that, so we have that.
Yep, in the compliance plan,
In
and so
the-
that would be, yep.
But remember, we are not, I mean, we're looking at the evidence, but we also are judging the evidence against the superintendent's interpretation. Did the superintendent interpret the executive limitation correctly? And is the evidence that's provided appropriate? I think the rub here, and this is what we struggle with, and I struggle with, is, well, hey, these numbers are down, what's the next step? And I don't know if others feel that way,
Performance.
but that's sometimes where you struggle, because you're like, well, we gotta fix these numbers. But in a monitoring report, is that how we address that, right? And then somebody step in if I'm trying to not get tongue tied.
No, you may.
But I just want to be very clear that I think from a policy governance perspective, our responsibility is first to, remember, operations we don't get involved in, but we have these executive limitations. As long as the superintendent has an appropriate interpretation, we're monitoring the evidence provided against that interpretation.
I think maybe a good, sorry, go ahead.
I just to to add to his point about you see numbers and you're like, we gotta fix these numbers. Your board role, when you see numbers that you don't like, is to say to the superintendent, what is your strategy?
Yeah.
What's your plan to
Agree.
fix these numbers? Or what's your explanation for why these numbers are the way that they are? Because it is up to her to actually like make the changes.
Right.
And she has all the operational
Yeah.
knowledge about.
Exactly.
And power.
And to that end, if you go and you hear from the community, these are the issues, and we go back and we're saying that the policies aren't robust enough, then it again goes back to how can we strengthen this, right? That's the way I see it. I get all of that. That's where I'm saying, I feel like I've gotta have the map, like to be able to see this is where this is covered, right?
But I just wanna add in here, I think there's a temptation to say, well, I kinda wanna change this a little bit because I'm not quite sure how this works, or
You know,
maybe we need to reword this a little bit or add something in here because. So until we're further downstream and if you work, and I'm,
not me, I'm okay with it now. I'm still like, I just gotta map it. That's all I gotta
We'll
do.
go out on a limb and just say something really, frank. The district is in a very difficult financial situation. It has required management that has demanded really difficult decisions and a lot of resolve from me. And that does not make a person popular with staff to dramatically change something.
Mhm.
And I think what the board is tiptoeing around and not directly saying is like, how are you measuring likability? But are you measuring financial performance? Are you measuring staffing? Are you measuring student outcomes? Because all of those things are some of the best in the state. And I think that's what the ends and the monitoring are evaluating. And so what I'm hearing a board of people is saying, you're compliant by monitoring reports, but my neighbor doesn't like you. And that's like, I really think the context matters here. And I'm just I'm just going out on a limb and being really transparent, you
Yeah,
know?
no, that's not my position. My position, again, it comes back to going through all of this and looking at all of the operational success or opportunities. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Again, that's purely what I'm saying right there. And I hear exactly what you're saying.
It is, you will not have a superintendent in this position, regardless of who it is, who's gonna be able to, manage through what is ahead, and because none of these decisions are popular, you know, like closing programs, reducing staff, all of that is nonstop pain, you know, having to, hold staff accountable to the contract that's been negotiated, and those are painful things, and I take no joy in them, just to be clear.
Yeah, I think, again, I wanna respect the rules that are in place now, the government policy that's in place now, which is policy governance that says. Does, for each monitoring report, is the superintendent's interpretation reasonable? Does the evidence support a reasonable interpretation of the policy in question, right? And so. I think the elephant in the room here is. What is 2.2.5 or 2.3.5? I mean, so theoretically, I'm not even gonna mention that, because that's not what we're talking about right now. And so, in a case, theoretically, let's say that we have a monitoring situation where the superintendent believes that they are in compliance, but we believe that they are not in compliance. And so and that is the context where we have, that is a context where we have direct monitoring. Now, something that your point.
No,
Jen,
that's where
made,
you asked me for a compliance plan,
maybe,
and then, well, that's the remedy to an incompliant monitoring report.
but we haven't found whether you're compliant or not yet. I'm just saying.
He's saying that's the questions about.
Yeah, and hold on, and just one second, one thing that Tim said that I think clarified my thinking was, like this concept of having like a labor management meeting, which I've heard HR people suggest. Justifying that on an ongoing basis, you couldn't do it with the policies that we have now, because it would be a one-time, like, well, or the way this policy governance person puts it. Thankfully, the use of direct inspection, thankfully, this is not a common occurrence. But a board needs to be aware of the tools when it's uncomfortable with the evidence of compliance it has been receiving. And so I'm just saying that doesn't justify an ongoing labor management meeting. So if there would have to be some other place. So I'm just saying that I have come around to thinking that what you were saying was correct, is that the 3.0 does not justify a labor management committee meeting.
Will you read your definition of direct inspection once again?
So 3, 4, 2C, in which a designate direct board inspection, so.
Oh, no, I
there
thought
is
you had a definition of it. I wanna know what you're using for a definition of direct.
direct inspections in addition, okay, so. There are 3 methods a board can use to monitor the CEO's compliance with ends and executive limitations. The most frequently used method is internal report, second method is external monitoring, audits. Third method is direct inspection, which is R342C, right? And so what is the direct inspection method of monitoring? Quite simply is where the board delegates one or more members of the board to verify that there is evidence of the CEO's reasonable interpretation. This means that the board's delegate needs to examine the files, data, or a report that is the source of the evidence and confirm that it indeed exists and it contains the necessary data.
Files, data, report.
And so you're saying that
I'm
even
saying
in that context,
3.0 precludes it, and I'm saying in all of my, I'm saying that what I understand, and I think this definition. Is alignment with what I'm saying, is that direct inspection is that you can look at raw data, you can look at files,
Got
you can look at reports.
Yeah.
You cannot get in and be an operational member of the district.
well,
And-
but
and-
I don't think your point carries even without that last part.
Right.
I also think that like the superintendent provides us her interpretation. And sometimes she doesn't provide all of the evidence that she has, because that would contradict our policy that says not to make monitoring reports unbelievably long and complicated. But if there is a question of, do I think this interpretation is reasonable, we as board members can ask and request to directly inspect the evidence that has formed her interpretation. And I can think of times where this board has been tasked with the decision to uphold the superintendent's decision, and we do ask her to provide evidence, and she does have to furnish the evidence, and we don't have to go do direct interviews, we look at the evidence that we've been collected.
So I think that the decision that you took last week, I think it was, where you said the interest of the districts will be harmed unless we meet directly with the union at this time. So it's kind of an exceptional decision. Is that a good way to characterize it? I thought that's what you said in your email.
Yeah, I'm trying to ask or I'm trying to think about, is that a good way to characterize it? Sure.
It's kind of like having us, like going to executive session. We say, if we didn't do this, it would be bad for the district. So your decision to meet with them does not fall under. There's some question as to what policy it falls under, and we have not found a home for it. There's no.
It doesn't, there is nothing.
There is no home for a labor management meeting. There's not even a home for meeting with them once.
I am glad board members met with the union, however, it is not in alignment with our policy.
Although it has been done in the past.
Under modified policy governance. Yeah,
Um,
they were using pure policy governance for that.
And I don't think this is not, I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong about my interpretation. What you're saying, superintendent, is not that it's off the table, I
I'm not
can't do it,
giving
it's
you
just,
an
you
opinion
would.
statement, I'm telling you about,
Yeah.
this conversation is warned for, we're literally looking at the policy, and so I am discussing the policy governance as it is now, and the 3-section and board superintendent delegation and operational versus board. So under different, I'm very I'm a big supporter of the union, I'm a big supporter of our teachers, I'm a big supporter of dialogue. Crack it open, direct inspect anything you want. But what I'm telling you, the definition of direct inspection is not participation in a labor negotiations committee. Participate in one, please. Again, this isn't my opinion section. It's like how this is read and under the current policy governance, that does not happen. If you want to modify this and have those meetings, I think it would be a great thing. I'm all about collaboration. This is not Superintendent Nichols' opinion, it's like, but currently you need to make, and I'm not trying to be like a party pooper, but you need to make revisions to this policy.
I think you carry the point on that. I
it's-
agree.
And I would just add to that, just one thought is that, say we did start meeting with, the various unions, we have more than one union, right? And have to consider that. I think we need to be very aware of the fact that stuff would be potentially brought up in there, but it's not part of an evaluation or a monitoring, right? It'd be like somebody sitting in the public forum telling us that things are really bad and this and that, but we wouldn't necessarily use that for evaluation or monitoring. And that would be sort of how I would view something like that, because that's a risk, right?
Well, and we're not, like, when I say that, I think there's interest on this board to meet directly with the union. I think that there's clear argument that we are not allowed to do that under our existing governance model. Policy, sorry. So if we want to meet with the union, we have to change our policy on this. I think that is the conclusion of the CBA. But the thing about adding it to the CBA though, is that then it promises the union something. As opposed to us just
I'm
deciding
saying,
to,
or it has to be written into, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to, get into the nuts and bolts of what something like that would look at in a CBA, but if there was something in a CBA that stated that the union presidents will meet with a board committee twice a year to discuss the climate, we would be bound by that. We couldn't say, well, policy governance says the CBA would trump that. And I'm just saying it would depend on what the language in the CBA would be.
The other thing about language existing in this document is the board of the time decides when to monitor which policy. So there's latitude for us as a group to decide when we think something needs to be monitored, whereas if it was in the CBA, that would not be up to, we have to honor what it says. It wouldn't be up to us to decide if now's the right time.
Well, in here, there's a list of what.
Yeah, and we don't necessarily follow it exactly, right? It's a
See, well, that's my
suggestion,
point.
right?
We're saying, well, we're gonna follow it for this, but we're not gonna follow it for that. That's inconsistent.
That's not what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but we're not saying this.
What I'm saying is we have some people interpreting sections of this policy one way, and if you look at, if you could scroll to 3, up the other way, please.
Oh.
Where it
Let's say
said,
ordinarily.
Which, do you know?
stop, right there, where it says, is the board's only linked to operational achievement and conduct. So when I look at that, it's like, I'm not looking, if I was going to meet with the union, I don't want to meet with them about operational or conduct, that's up to the superintendent. But if I just want to get a feel of the climate, that doesn't fall under that. But see, these are two different interpretations, but when you go down to the report that states we should be doing this monitoring report this many times a year at this date, we're not following that. So we have this document and we're following one interpretation here, but then we hit this, the policy thing, and we're not actually following what's written in the document.
5 says all policies that instruct the superintendent will be monitored in frequency and by a method chosen by the board. And so the interpretation of this has been that the board during retreats determines which month they're monitored in. So this is meant to be an example as far as what month, and this line here about the method chosen by the board is where that latitude that's been the justification for that.
Right, but it's just, when I look at that, I know it says, you can do it any time, but ordinarily on this schedule. And we don't really follow the schedule.
Well, I think something that I've come to appreciate about it not being so strict is if there is like a lot of community concern about something and they want us to monitor policy. I can think of an example. We had a lot of community concern about school safety at one point. And that gave, not that, I think that the superintendent wound up addressing it in some other way. I don't remember.
Got a bond pass, got heat pumps put in so we can close windows, partnered with SBPD, had safety plans developed for every schools, hosted school info sessions to provide information for parents.
So, my point is, the board could have responded to the community at that time by saying, we're now going to monitor the policy that has to do with split safety, even though we're not, if we had to be so rigid, what we would have said to the community is, we don't monitor that policy, that, I think that was coming up in August, and,
Board can monitor any policy at any time by any method.
but will ordinarily depend on, and so I'm just saying,
Yeah.
it can be helpful because you can respond to the community if something, especially when it's something,
Very concerning.
very concerning, or like COVID, right? Like any sort of emergency thing, if there's stuff that we need to respond to quickly, we're not bound by, well, we have to wait till February to discuss that.
And the point, I wasn't trying to say, it doesn't say only. And like it was just pointed out, you can do it at any time. But ordinarily you do this scheduled. Now, if you were to do something in, say, August, and then something comes up, an emergency, you could absolutely revisit it 2 months later to see, hey, do we need to make any changes? The point I was trying to make is, it seems like sometimes we are very rigid in when we look at words, and other times we're not. And we just need to be a little more consistent. That's the only point I was trying to make.
Yeah, and as a follow-up to that, I think, Superintendent, you've mentioned a couple of times the concept that like, you're supportive of some level of communication with the labor union. I think.
Absolutely,
Right.
I'm pro
And so
union, pro
what-
teachers, pro like transparency, I am.
Right.
I am
Don't you have a
following the
family
rules
connection?
that the board,
Don't you have a family connection to like unions in general?
oh yeah, I'm a third generation public school educator, my dad was. The union negotiator in his school and union rep for
Right.
decades, I mean, yes.
But-
The point
Can I
is
ask you
though,
a
like,
question, though?
just to cap this thought, if I may, the point I was making is that. The board gave me this and they said operationalize this.
Yes.
So I'm just telling you the lane that I have been operated in based on this direction and. That's what I'm not advocating opinion wise. Again, I'm here because I'm pro teacher, pro education, pro communication. And quite frankly, the board does me favors when they want me to share information because I want things to be shared.
And so in that context where we're talking about 303, 30, 40, do you know off the top of your head where, if we did want to pursue that idea of a little more communication, which policy header it would be under? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, like, do you have any pointers you can give us on where to look for that?
Yep, you do a process, you modify your ends, you change 3.0, and you adopt modified policy governance. And you negotiate into CBAs, things like labor negotiation, labor, whatever you want to call it, committees. So those would be the steps you take. You look at the existing structures and you modify them.
And so your professional opinion is that we would why would we have to put it, something like that, like this is a policy governance discussion. Why couldn't we just change our policy? Why would we need to write it into the contract?
You write something into a contract, it means we must abide by it. It's a contract. Contracts are the most sacred of all things that the board holds with every employee.
But so why wouldn't that be negotiating against our own interests to put it into the contract at first blush?
Given that we practice closed negotiations, we are entering conversation that shouldn't be had in public, but.
Right, I'm not trying to go there either, but so you're saying that for the communication that you think we should have with the union, you think that we have to go all the way to putting it into the CBA, we can't just modify our policies and allow it?
You either modify your governance structure to be modified policy governance, that's one way to do it. Or you can, as Dan said, put it in the CBA.
And that would be something that it was gonna be the CBA, obviously both sides
They would have to,
would have to agree. I
Right,
mean, like you just said, I don't think it would be something that. the
but would it
city-
be a lot
School district
easier?
would bring up. But
Would
if-
like, don't you view that as harder than just changing our policy to say like 3.7, which is a totally new section?
again, we're getting into negotiations
Yes,
here,
I
but.
would,
The two ways of doing it are modify your governance structure, which is not nimble. That's a heavy lift. Negotiate the CBA requires mutual agreement.
Why, I mean. I'm new to this, how difficult is it, or would it be to throw? A paragraph into there stating that. We would do something like that, that the. A select committee of the board would meet with union presidents. Whatever, once a year, whatever, how difficult is it to change the policy?
To change the CBA, it would be easier to
No,
get.
no,
in
not the CBA. Why
You're
is it
saying
so
it's easier
difficult?
to get it in CBA.
Why is it so difficult to change policy?
You'd have to switch from policy governance to modified policy governance, and so it wouldn't just be one change.
Well, can I ask a question? Like, where does this come from? Who created this governance?
James.
Who?
James Carver.
Or, no, but this specific, like, no, but like this, okay, all right, so it was written exactly, was James Carver, was he the?
I guess maybe a very concrete way to ask this question is, why couldn't the majority of the board just say, we are now adding 3.7? I mean, and then the answer maybe is, first we have to talk to the lawyer. Okay, we talked to the lawyer. He's like, this is not gonna get you sued,
You'd have to modify other sections to make it modified PG.
because they would be internally inconsistent.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I also think the community would need to weigh in, like. I think the community needs to weigh in on policy change and. So that's not, I don't think that's little, it's a big amount of community engagement, because much of our community, I don't think. Appreciates policy governance now, and so getting them to engage and understand the change we're trying to make, I think would be, like, if we're doing our real. Effort to help our community understand the change that we're proposing. I think that would be a lot of work, and I'm not shying away from work, I'm just also not trying to minimize the amount of work it would be.
But that's also not, I think, at one of our board meetings, you made the point that we're not
In democracy.
right, we're a representative democracy, and so like. From a purely formal point of view, if we. If 5 of us or 4 of us or whatever said we wanna modify our ends. You know, we warned it, we said we're gonna take action on it, we said we're gonna modify our thing. And we modified it, we wouldn't have to seek community. I'm just saying that, like, from a community engagement is like a good practice, but it's not what is stopping us.
Yeah, I think the reason I totally agree with everything you just said, and. Maybe this is like the activist in me, but I would want our constituents. To pay attention to that conversation, because. More so than anything else, because it would change how this board and this community governs. Until another board changes it again. It's not the board, the current board of the time interpreting the policy that has been here for decades and that the community understands to be our policy. It's changing the way our community governs our district. Until the next board changes it again, and that's, as you can see, not something that happens very often, so.
I guess I would just say, I'm not completely confident that the community understands that we government policy governance, like what it means or how it works. So I actually think it would be interesting to talk about this more with, and have the community talk to us and weigh in on it, and it might help people understand really what it is that we do. And we've talked before about, we love to have community members come in and talk to us, but there's things we don't have the power to fix or to talk about.
One of the earlier policy governance trainings that I did on this board, the facilitator said, it's a fool's errand to try to educate the public with policy governance. And I sat there and went, well, I guess I'm a fool then, because like, that's important to me. And since that training, I also appreciate how much of the work that I do in this role is actually me just trying to explain to someone what I am and am not responsible for. And generally, people do not like to hear that I'm not responsible for something, because it sounds like I'm just passing the buck. And instead, what I'm trying to say is like, this is how it's supposed to work, you know, and I mean, commonly, I think when people are talking to me, they're upset about something and they don't want to hear that, like, well, this is how the, you know.
Well, there's a question, if they don't like policy governance and you can't explain it to people, then is it the right system? Since we represent the people.
Yeah, so yes, great question. And that's what I was thinking, like, if we did have forums, which I realized would be another meeting. But I do think like more democracy is better than less. And I'm wondering if like in these forums, I think people who really do want to know in the public, and I don't think it's a huge amount of people, but if they wanted to participate, we could like have breakout groups and do things. And I think the way you learn this style of governance is to actually do it. I
Yeah.
mean, any good teacher can tell you that. You can talk all you want. It's not gonna really work until you have somebody do. The person doing the work is doing the learning. So I would say that would be my proposal, is that we do, I mean, this is a lot of work. I understand this. At the same time, I'm kind of willing to do it because I think it'll make our business meetings go much
More
more
efficient.
smoothly and efficiently. If we are involving the public and really listening and having people like participate with, just to see what it's like, because honestly, I don't think explaining is gonna help. Because we've all sat out there and like, what are they doing?
Is that gonna come out in the, you know, the public comment committee? Is what you're talking about gonna come into our proposal for public comment committee, or just go beyond it?
I would say would go
Go beyond
beyond
it.
it, because I think, I mean, and I'm happy to like take the reins on this, and I don't think maybe not every board member, I don't have little children at home. So I don't.
Put it on
I
the
have to-
racing, put it on the racing.
Right.
On the racing. Okay, great, thank you. Anyway, so I just wanted to say, I appreciate, I mean, Chelsea's done a huge amount of work and training and honestly, I've been teaching for 30 years. Just telling people how to do something just doesn't work. So unless they're in here doing it, and I think some people would really like to participate, I think we could. I think it's a small amount. But you know what I say, people want to get involved, let's do it.
Well, I think to your point too, just telling people how to do something, I totally agree. I learned best by doing, and a lot of our initial trainings that we had, I just literally was like, I'm not even sure that person is speaking English. Like,
Oh, exactly.
And
Yeah, for
for
sure.
the first time that I heard Joe McNeil talk about policy
Oh.
governance, I was in superintendent school and I was on a Zoom, and I was like, what?
You know, my eyes glazed over the whole thing.
And I think it's sort of what we're all bumping up against, which I wrote it down, this whole conversation that we had is I think what it all comes down to is we all want to help and we all want to make a difference. And we came on here hoping to do that. And then as I think many board members realize, policy governance does not, it's not it. You're not at the table, you're not at the table the way you wanted to be at the table.
Yeah.
The way you wanted to be active member of fixing this, whatever needs to be fixed. So, you know, I think that's a lot of what I'm learning while I'm on the board too.
And you said something earlier and you just said it again, you want to fix it, right? And the issue is that, you know, you're doing 100 miles an hour, I'm gonna fix this, and all of a sudden there are the Jersey barriers and the red cones and all of this stuff. And now you're like, oh, I'm down at 10 miles an hour now, right, you know? But it can be fixed, it's just, what's the appropriate approach and how long will it take? And but I think what I've learned from a policy governance perspective is that by slowing down like that, you actually start to learn how critical the issue is, and maybe it's already being addressed and I didn't realize it, or other things like that. But I totally had that feeling.
To say, Emily, in the short time I've known you, I believe that you have great ideas and your heart's in the right place and helping our staff, our students in our community. However, I think we also need to think about, you know, anyone could sit in any of these seats, and a governance structure has constraints for all of those, the superintendent included at this table. And if there were a board member or a superintendent who came on with an agenda, there's
Cell phones.
Or banning math books.
Yeah.
any of those things. Would you want that person getting in the weeds on those? For the superintendent, limitations say, can't do it, right? For a board member, the structure also prohibits that, so, you have heard me talk about this structure before and how I appreciate the clarity in roles and expectations. Because it outlines them really well. I know what this board wants me to do. I know what my expectations are. I know what I cannot do. And I know what my deliverables are. You know, the same thing on your end. And I think that, the, murky waters are when there is, as Jen, you read this in the team building activities today, like when there isn't that clarity of structure and expectations, breakdowns happen. So I do think that there is a lot of good that board members can do with this. And I think, there's points taken on policy governance. I mean, again, it takes time to really understand this, and I always learn more every year, the more we dig into it, but I do think that there is a reason that many school boards use policy governance. And I think for me in time, I realize that as we go along, but I do think this allows us to support students and staff ultimately.
I guess I'm wondering, you brought up a good point when you said it's very clear to you and you know what you, what your expectations, what the expectations are. And for us newbies, that's the thing. I don't know what the steps are to get my thoughts heard and discussed, and then maybe moving to some place where we could work together to.
I will say on that point of,
I'm not saying there isn't a way, I'm just saying I don't know what it is.
well, right, but on that point of finding the right solutions, like the solutions that will work in the context of the governance model that we have right now. I'll just say that this has been a great 45 minutes or whatever. I think it's done at least two things for me. Number one, it's clarified like a way to move forward on some things that are covered by 3.0 and stuff. And it's also, I think I hope it does clarify, again, for anybody in the public who's watching, that, I'm gonna be frank, it's, the superintendent is not trying to shut down communication. And I think that we have to follow up on this conversation. But I think that it's been great and.
I have to agree. I think I've sat through several discussions of this stuff, and this has probably been the best conversation I have heard in my conversations around this. This is, and the questions and just the probing, and I want to thank Superintendent Nichols for just bringing some of that experience and expertise to the table and telling us, wait a minute, people. Right, because that's what is expected of you as well, is to ensure the board is not kind of overstepping sometimes, but this is probably one of the best conversations I've heard around this. It's been phenomenal.
Yes, I think it is hard too when you really care about these issues and you really want to help, because when I joined the board, that I would say, I used to say this a lot, I was like, I have my activist hat on. And I learned pretty quickly, sitting here, I'm not an activist, I'm a policy monitor and sometimes a policy creator, right? And the best way that I think that you can ensure that those like passions and issues that are important to you and your constituency is to communicate them to the superintendent and put them through your monitoring questions. So when you're monitoring a report, figure out where the issues that are important to you are and ask questions to make sure that those things are being attended to. And I think it's also sometimes disheartening to see just how slow change is. I mean, it's like years and years long process, but again, that's where I've come to appreciate policy governance, because I've watched this board turnover a lot. And in some ways, like, policy governance is not a great governance structure for boards with high turnover, but that important work that is already in motion is going to continue.
And it can't just.
And it can't just, exactly,
Yeah.
yeah.
One thing I'd like to just add, and I hate that this is going back a little bit, but it goes to under board delegation. Where's that? Which section is that? 2 to 3? 3. No, 4, sorry. 4.1 governing style. The board will monitor and discuss the board's process and performance regularly. Self-monitoring will include comparison of board activity and discipline to policies and the governance process and board management delegation categories. So I think of that, that's all,
Sorry.
that's 4.1, I've got it in my summary. 4.1. Governing style, specifically 4.16.
Okay,
So I think one of the questions that I would have as we wrap this up, I think we're getting close to wrapping this one up.
We are just to do a quick time check, we've just reached time for this item.
Okay, so the last thing I would just say is what that looks like. How do we monitor and discuss our process and performance? I mean, is it just going back and looking at the schedule and saying we're on track for what we need to do there? Or can we capture, is there a way to synthesize that and capture, like, these are the value add things that we've made to have that?
so, excellent question. This board has managed to, on one occasion since I've been on the board and over 3 years, do an annual school board self-assessment survey provided by the BSBA. I don't know if this would cover everything that you're talking about, but maybe it would. But that is a real disservice to our community, is this board has not been the same team for maybe more than 4 to 6 months at a time for the last 3+ years. And so the ability for the board to self-govern itself and make sure that it's doing a good job has
Right.
been very difficult.
Can I ask you? Very good.
Oh, no, the only other thing I was gonna say is because I am reading the information BSBA sent recently regarding the superintendent evaluation. One of the first things we should be doing is that before that's like step one.
Right, but like also some of these questions are like, you have to strongly agree, disagree, or strongly disagree with something that has happened in the last year. And if you've only been on the board for 3 months, it's like, well, I'm gonna do my best, but
You do your best. If you haven't observed it, you mark it down as, I can't even give you a.
So it
but
would be
one-
like, so there'd be like 1 or 2 to 3 of us able to answer those questions.
I have one quick question. In preparation for the meeting on the 17th with the former board members. I mean, has anybody thought about reaching out to the people who have left? Just, I've had enough of, and ask them why, professional matter, what were the reasons that made you leave early so that we can have all those answers about why did they leave? Because if the turnover is that much, and there's always more than one reason why people are leaving. And if there's something we can fix as a board to keep people here, maybe we can get the answer from
Yeah,
them.
I think we're doing it right now.
But you have, how many people have left? All I've heard is, there's been so much turnover the last 3, 4, 5 years. Why are people coming and going so quickly? I would like to hear from them. And, you can't force them to, but if we can just send out an email to each of them and say, would you mind giving us the reasons that you left the board? And
Yeah,
if we
you're
can-
not, I don't think there's nothing stopping you for doing that, for example.
I don't
It
know.
wouldn't carry the force of the board or whatever, but like as a private citizen, I don't think there's.
Private citizen, you could ask.
at the last, just before this town meeting day, before the prior board left, I did send out a survey asking for, I tried to make it like an exit survey, asking for some of that feedback. I did not get any feedback, but that was something I implemented to try to continue building a positive board work.
Going back to the survey, I would recommend, as I do broken record, I would recommend the board take the survey, at least to have baseline data. Take it, if you don't know the answer, fine, give it your best shot, but I think it would be, what do you have to lose? I mean, it takes, so, I think, it would be really beneficial, and you can revisit it in 3 months or however long you deem appropriate, 6 months. But I would encourage you all to, take the survey.
Send that out to everybody. Great.
It's called annual, but we could call it quarterly if we wanted to. Please, yeah, I
Baseline
did-
data never hurts, right?
I did make all of this a Google form at one point, and I painstakingly typed every question into a Google form for the board to use, and then at the end of the survey, realized it said I could email the BSBA for a digital copy. So that was really fun.
Oh, right.
It's like a 6-page survey.
I do wanna mention, I think, July first, correct me if I'm wrong, Violet, you may know this, AOE is implementing what are called district quality standards. And I
Yes,
believe
that is correct.
there is a requirement in there
Yeah.
for annual evaluation by the
Yeah.
board
It
self-evaluation.
is,
So I think the VSBA is working with the
it's in
AOE.
draft form right now.
Okay,
Yep.
so we may have
That's the
an
next thing.
opportunity to take advantage of
Mhm.
of
It
that
might not be
stuff.
July 1st, but. I mean,
I think it's supposed to
where it is.
start July first,
Yeah,
but, you know, that's.
It's in draft. Have you
Don't
seen
mind
it?
me.
I have,
To our
and
next team
I've
building.
read
I can send it to you. I have some
Yeah.
draft.
Okay.
So I'll send it to you.
Yeah,
So that'll be very helpful as we go forward.
next team building. let's do it.
Gracias, profe.
Sorry, I'm just moving
Yeah,
around.
that's good. So I think let's just formally move on to our work team building game.
We'll do that.
So before you, you have a index card and a pair of scissors. This is a test run for you right now. This is a test run. And everybody's gonna get a little bit of time here.
Guys, can you touch your surface?
So think about it. Now, the object of this is with the card. You need to be able to cut this in such a way, without cutting entirely through it, that you need to be able to form a circle that is large enough that everyone on the board can step through it. It's not gonna fit around everybody, but each person has to be able to step through and have a circle up and around you. You get one test, and then I have more cards, and you're gonna have to come together and collaboratively figure out how are you going to do this. You'll have one card for the team. You have to do it.
I have. an
Okay, so you have a
idea.
couple of minutes to think through, and you can practice
All right,
how
let's-
you're gonna, and it has to stay together.
It's all of our cards together, we can
No,
work as one.
No, the card, it's only one card.
So
There's
we
only
can't
gonna,
like cut one straight line and then add our straight, you know. and
no,
the
because it's
collective
that
circle.
card. That
So I
card
have
has
use
to
the
be
step
cut
through this card?
in such a way that it expands and everyone steps through it. And you can't cut it in pieces and then like staple it. It has to
Did you
stay,
fold it?
the whole thing has to be together. What?
Did you fold it?
Yes, you fold it. So think through
Is
it.
it one person at a time, or is it the entire group at once? That's what I'm trying to.
One person at a time.
Has to be.
Yeah, so it's not gonna go around everyone, but
So
you
that's-
think about,
Okay,
and remember, so Chelsea, so let me see yours. So the whole, so it has to stay intact, whole thing, when you hold the circle, it has to be one circle.
Give me tape.
all right.
Oh.
She said you can't use.
It has to
this
be
won't work?
one, so it has to be together.
So start from the middle. Or no, you still end up with the same problem.
You can't rejoin it.
Uh-uh.
All right, well, all right, well, that was fascinating.
Yeah, all right, so now I'm supposed to start with smaller.
You're a lot, you're our only hope. There's only a couple cards that haven't been ruined yet.
Mine had,
All right,
you
look,
have
I
an
just
idea?
drew it.
Ah,
Did I outsmart it or not?
technicality, right.
I'll give you another if you mess
It
up.
was modified.
Yeah, right. Another one to practice if you need it.
PG jokes are good today, huh?
You can have another one. This is a mind bender. So there is a way to do it, and that is not the way.
And for one person to step through.
Everyone has to step through that card. Everyone,
Step with your feet.
with your feet and pull it up around your body.
But you're saying like these edges cannot change.
No, those edges can change.
So-
You can cut the card. Think about how you could cut your card so that you could expand it similar. But the point is, it can't come apart. It has to be in one circle. So you
Yeah.
have to cut it in such a way that it stays together in a circle.
You guys realize where this is headed? You remember that Jen is in scouting. We're gonna be camping together, so.
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
You're gonna be cooking in,
I
you're
don't
gonna
get
be
it.
cooking in
So-
Dutch ovens.
I don't get it at all, because maybe Barbie could.
But I mean, hang out and then I'll go back to my house to go.
Here we go.
That's camp.
So Seamus, you asked a question, which was, I'll give you a hint. It was a very good question.
And you hold it. He said.
Not roll it, but you asked, can you fold it? Can you fold the
Damn it.
card?
You guys second one though.
I know, I'm just,
Okay.
And just so you know, all of these are all scout games. This is part of what we do. It's all scout leadership stuff.
See, I was never at Scouts, so I failure.
Something interesting.
Oh, yes, you figured it out.
She figured it out.
Yes.
She was like, "You told it."
That is genius.
All right.
I get it.
Yes.
I need another card.
Oh, wow, fold it and. fold it.
Yes. Yes.
That's very clever.
Wait.
Yeah, no, you got it.
That's definitely the right direction. I was trying to do it like this, where I was like
Yeah, me too.
progressively folding it
That's what
in,
I, yeah.
That's what I was gonna do too.
but then I cut it.
This is hard.
All right, so I don't know, I mean.
I kind of don't want you to give us the answer because this is. the
Yeah,
kind of
now,
thing
now
I
I'm
actually
feeling
want
like
to
I've
start.
got
I
enough.
think you, no, I almost had it. There's
Right.
no-
So Chelsea, I'm going to give you the opportunity, and I'm going to just give you my card and say, I would like to learn.
I'm gonna give you mine too. Jen, may I have card two, please? I'm delegating,
Is this a management activity or an operational thing?
I'm a great delegator. I know the extent of
Oh,
my
yeah, Chelsea,
expertise.
this is,
This is
you're
not my
genius.
level of expertise.
No, I'm terrible.
no, there's that, this is how you do it, she's right.
And just, it was something I
Are you
tried,
trying it again?
Okay.
No, I'm delegating.
Got it.
something I tried before I heard you before.
All right, can I see your scissors? Sure.
Yes.
Are you about to give the answer away?
Don't give it away yet, because I
I'm
wonder
not
if I did
giving
it right.
anything away. You're what?
Nick, you wanna give it a try?
I missed the instructions. Okay, so I just.
Ooh, you've been working over this?
You're lucky that you.
Oh, I know.
Chelsea.
Wait, did yours work?
Yes.
I did it with a different piece of paper, I would have to do it with a card next, just to see if I could do it. There's like a dangler.
It's that
there.
same thing
It's a
Chelsea had that.
dangler.
But hers. is
Or I think
saying
you can actually
together.
walk through that one though.
Oh, no.
I just ripped it. Do you have another card? Can I try that?
I do.
Right, now I feel like I'm on a mission. Thank you. All right, so. I wonder if the trick is to start.
Can you ask the chat GPT?
Oh, yes, I bet you.
No, you can't.
AI can do
No,
it.
you cannot. You cannot use Chat GPT.
Why not?
Dictionary.
So Chelsea, you starting in the middle now?
Change the
I'll try
rules.
that,
Like,
yeah.
No cheating.
Using a resource.
Has anybody got a kid who's a scout? Well, no. Use your wife.
My dad is an Eagle Scout. I
Yeah,
don't,
my dad was an Eagle Scout.
it's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jen's son is.
All four of my kids. So if you do it this way, then you get,
The girls are
then
too.
the tail.
It's really
Because
great.
they've
So
now
then
let
the tail happens up the hole.
Oh my gosh, it's been the best thing.
So-
It's so good for their
I'm going to
self-confidence.
eliminate the dang tail.
That's great.
I love it. I. That's with your,
Seamus, are you looking up the answer?
No.
Okay.
He's just given up. Yes, okay, I'm
I
sorry.
delegated.
Wait, I think.
Oh.
I'm observing.
You're observing?
wait.
We've stayed on the agenda very well. And we have 5 minutes until a 10-minute thing, and then we have 30 minutes. Or something. I think we will be. It'll be a close run thing, as long as we stay on time.
I think it's just gonna stay. I guess it's like Chelsea, like none of her.
Yeah, I can tell you a little bit.
It was good at the beginning, now I'm having second thought.
Jen, I wish we didn't have this pesky governance structure because I would love to have you come in and run these with my teams.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'll do the
My
Excel.
son-
I'll do the Excel on there.
I could send in one of my kids.
That one I could take you off.
Elizabeth, my daughter Elizabeth, there's a thing called.
Like,
It's called National
It's
Youth
so
Leadership
hard.
Training.
Yes, yes, yes.
And she was the actual.
Sugar,
last year.
almost had it.
And she loved it. It was fantastic.
Oh,
But it's this kind of stuff.
Had it.
Jen,
It's team building all week. Yes.
is it okay if some pieces get cut off?
Nope. It has to stay together.
You know, so I can't hook it like this?
I'd like to
Nope.
state again, for any member of the public that is joining us at this moment in the meeting, that team building is important because it's hard for adults to form teams. So,
Yeah.
Are you trying to say that I love the difference?
I well.
I like that you're narrating, through
I
the
just want to
day.
make sure the press understands the reason that we're doing team building activities, because to be effective, we have to be integrated.
Absolutely. Have to see the vulnerabilities, right?
Yes.
Okay.
4-minute time check though, if you want to do the rock thing.
Okay. So this is what it should look like.
Wow.
What she did that.
I'm on it for the team. Don't worry.
And then
Oh.
open it up.
So Chelsea, I think you're on the right track.
Yeah, but my brain is not there yet. I don't even.
No,
see
mine's
it.
not there yet either, but I
Will
think.
you
Did you
tell
watch
us
her
how
do
to-
it?
Did you fold, how did you fold the
I don't
note?
think I was gonna come up
So
with
did
this.
you just fold it this way, like this?
Fold
Yep.
it in half like
exactly.
this,
Okay,
and then you
And then you zigzag it.
oh, smart.
cut like this.
Mhm.
Now go to the end of whichever direction you're going.
Oh, and you know what I?
The folded end or the open end?
It's been a while since I've done this.
I don't like things that make me feel dumb.
I'm
not gonna fix
open it up.
This is not where I shine.
Yeah, let others have an opportunity to achieve.
We're always. Yeah, it's just like, you just wanna give other people a chance.
And brilliant though, huh?
Too much, it's a rib cage.
And then as you cut it open,
I still don't think.
you cut the
Some might
center.
help me to figure out.
Genders. No, if we weren't on camera, I'd be so.
Yeah, so this will be a fun one for you, Chelsea, with your origami enjoyment.
That is really cool, Jen.
I'm gonna use this. Do we have to really step through that?
All right,
I mean, we guys would do that for.
so see how it's opening? See, I'm not done yet, but. we'll give it
You're
a
cutting
try.
off that initial fold.
Yeah, so how you.
You were on
do
that
it,
right track.
See, I still don't know. You were on the right, I was,
all the way up to
then you cut on, okay, that's really.
Can I just keep this as a model?
here. And then it
Too
opens
advanced.
like this.
Wow.
And the key is that, I would say maybe we need a bigger index card for like, I don't know, I'm gonna step through this, but you have to be able to pinch the ends. So this is better when you've got a bunch of kids that weigh 60 pounds, right? But, you know, but you can open it up. And then the whole concept is then that people can step through it.
For adults, I think I would use the
The larger
jumbo
index cards. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh?
That's impressive.
So Jen, so can you, all right, I feel like I have to know.
Yeah.
So you folded it lengthwise.
So what you do is you're gonna fold it lengthwise
Okay.
like this,
Yeah,
okay? And then you're going to, where's the camera? Right here. And then you're going to cut, okay, so if it's this way, this one you're gonna cut so that you cut this first one here.
yeah.
So this is one of the handles that you open. And then you're gonna cut this one, that's like the other handle that you open, but you don't cut it all the way through, and it's on the closed side, see? So you've got those pieces right there, like a mask. See what I mean? And then you fold it back. And then you do like an accordion cut, one, alternate the whole way down. The whole way down. And then when you open it, what you do is you go in here and you cut this part also.
If you cut.
So you could do that actually like right now. You could cut this piece
You go all the way to the end, like cut it right out.
No, not all the way through, because remember, it has to stay in a circle. So it has to stay in a circle, so it would be like this, right? And then if you had that, then what you do is you do your zigzags, and then when you open it, the whole thing just folds out.
And then you have to cut down the seam, is that right?
Yeah, so like this. So it's like this, so you fold it, and you cut these ones like this, and this, and then you cut right through the middle, so it's like that.
Okay.
And now what you do is you alternate, so you'll go,
Yeah.
this one goes here, and then there, and there, and there. You know, what's really impressive is when you do this with a group who've never done it before, and they figure it out, and they're like 14, 15 years old, and it's like,
Thanks, Jen.
sure.
All right,
Makes you
I got my
feel
food.
better.
So the last thing, just for time check, cause I know we gotta move on. But, this kind of goes into this. I'm gonna just hand these back out again. I have no idea whose are whose here. But you can tell me whether or not,
You just put them on the table and ask us to get our own.
Yeah.
I'll ask you. Is that your rock? Okay, and then as you have it. No,
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 no.
It's not my
all
rock.
right,
Should we find
Get
our
my
rock?
lawn?
yeah,
That's not mine.
pass them around, go figure out where's your,
Wait, why is this hard?
huh?
Did you study your bronc?
I did.
That's
Yeah,
not my
that's-
So where's your rock?
You should never.
Here, I'm gonna put this
got my
rock
rock.
right here.
That's not my rock.
Is that yours?
Look.
That's not my rock.
Oh.
Tim, I switched rocks with you because this is fun.
Yeah, your rock.
Yeah, I get A. I get A.
So you can put it around your head at least, there you go.
This is my new, well, I'm totally doing
Isn't
this
that
with my
cool?
kids on Monday. This, they might not hurt themselves with. I'm afraid of the stick, the tennis balls, I can work my way up to.
The tarp.
I could do. They would shove each other, but that actually might not be bad.
Yeah.
Build
All
block.
right, so
Not
the-
exactly.
Okay,
Sarah.
here comes
Yeah.
Violet, so she can tell us
Go.
where, if she's got her rock.
Your rock.
You gotta go see
I
if
got it.
her rock.
Oh, yeah, that one's my rock.
This is my-
No,
that
it's
your
not.
rock?
It was the one that I know.
Simon in
Hand
seventh
it to me.
grade.
Who's the
Can I see the other one?
rock?
To this day, we had to describe how
This
to
is
make a
my-
peanut butter sandwich.
Okay, that's not mine. I have mine.
Cacahuate, manteca de cacahuate.
Doesn't have a rock.
It's James, do you have any rock? These two aren't doing.
You're holding
rock.
that?
You might have my
Oh,
rock.
okay. Is that your rock?
Is that your rock?
Who doesn't have a rock?
I think that's just an extra,
What, my
a
rock?
little,
You're sure?
This is
I'm
mine.
Did somebody forget what their rock was?
no?
Well, you have two.
But everyone has one, yeah. Is that yours?
Yeah, me. A zinger in.
Oh.
All right, so leadership learning for this first. People have many similarities. Leaders must pay attention to subtle differences in people, projects, and situations. Like rocks, each person also has unique traits. Understanding your team requires observation and reflection. Once you've studied your rock, you know it intimately. Familiarity with team members, their strengths and their stories also makes a more effective leader because you have that connection with people. One of the things you were mentioning, why do people keep dropping off the board? This is one of them. As you're recognizing, similarities and things, everyone needs to feel valued. If a leader keeps going to the same people or trusts more talents, that other talents may be missed. And people need a chance to grow and obtain the opportunity to fully contribute, where they may quit because they don't feel respected or valued. So I would think, if you've got, it's like people get stuck in the storming phase, and I never put that up, but that would be something to talk about at some point, but, the whole stages of leadership, I don't know if you have it, Chelsea, if you can pull it up. It's a really good visual, and I should have started with that today, but when you talk about team building, when teams come together, there's 4 stages of team development. And when you start in they call it, when you're forming your leadership, there it is right there. So when you're starting, you're in the forming, and so your effectiveness of your team is over on your axis there, and then performance with time. So the effectiveness, the enthusiasm, see, is blue. Enthusiasm is high, your competence is low, but you're super excited. You're like, yay, we're on the board, board, we have no idea what we're doing, but yay, we're on the board, right? Yay, we're all here. And then you get into it, your competence is still low and your enthusiasm drops because you're like, not only do I not know what I'm doing, but this kind of stinks because I don't know what I'm doing and I'm frustrated. So you go from forming to storming, but then you go to norming. So when you stick together, you work together, your competence starts to increase. And as your competence increases, so too does your enthusiasm. And then you get to the performing stage where your competence and your enthusiasm are great and you're cohesive and it's awesome. And it's not like you just go through these stages and once you get through it, you're done. Because it could happen with, okay, now we've got a new milestone or a new initiative or there's something new. And this can happen over and over, but it's realizing that when the going gets tough, you gotta just stick together, work together, communicate, collaborate, see the, the differences in people, identify what their strengths are so that you can have that cohesion and continue to work through the process. So that's that one. And then the card one, it's, there's some learnings in there as well, like think outside the box and all that, but I'll give these to you guys.
Jen, when you were talking about this, on other teams I've been on, I've seen this before, and we've also created norms. We took the time to get together and like decided what our group norms would be, so we knew what to expect and we knew how to engage and we knew yeah, a little more about each other coming to the work, so that could be an interesting thing for us to do.
Like picking our values. My company did that, and one of the values that was picked was pride. And so the first thing my CEO did was he got, at our next retreat, he was like, so, you guys all picked pride, which is a sin. I do wanna do a time check. It's 3.
Right.
Yep.
Thank you, Jen.
Welcome. I'm trading Russian.
There's
There's a speckle there.
Oh,
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, good, thank you.
Because it's so funny though. I love this. These are-
Oh, did I give you guys some of these? Sorry. You're gonna keep it?
No.
You're wearing like a little crown. Did I give?
We came up with.
I know, if you want,
Here we go.
go.
I just.
This was a good test of my cognitive skills.
You I did.
You
kept at it.
That's called grit.
Yeah.
I'm not in a digital form.
I actually did try that.
I can send it to you.
Very religious. And I think.
Did I miss the scissors? I think I'm missing just.
I got some brainiacs, so I know.
Any other scissors out there?
Do we have, I'm missing, I think, one pair of scissors.
You got an extra rock and roll.
Oh, maybe I did. Yeah, I didn't give you back.
Scissors, oh, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. This was
I was
great.
like
Thanks,
scanning the house today.
So next we have closing remarks, feedback, summary notes. I think this is mostly intended for us to really solidify what our next steps are with our discussion today. Which could take a while. I have to leave here at 3:15 to go pick up my child. You can continue on without me if you'd like, or we can discuss, we could either, I'm thinking you could have your executive session tonight and I could, call in. Or we could schedule a special meeting to have our executive session before the next board meeting if we feel it's good. Or we could just have an executive session on our next board meeting on Wednesday. So those are the options.
I vote for one stay.
I didn't hear what you said.
You go to.
I vote for having the executive session Wednesday
Wednesday,
rather
when we
than
have our
staying.
Yeah.
So I have to miss.
I don't have a sound board.
I did have a meeting with Dan and then yesterday and I was sent an email update so that you just have some information we can discuss on the executive session.
I'm fine with moving to the Wednesday.
Yeah, I don't have a song doing.
What would the board, what are our action steps from this session? Because it will be probably a bit of a slog to go back to our regular meeting on Wednesday, and get right back to business, and I've really appreciated this time today, I think it's been really wonderful. So how would we like to continue this teamwork and this communication moving forward?
it seems to me like there are multiple things to be done. Everything from like, I'm interested in revising the social media policy to potentially changing or whatever. So I feel like we need to get a sense of what the team's priority order is. And so like we could say, well, these things are gonna get scheduled in the summer and these things are gonna get scheduled in the fall. So I think that's my biggest takeaway from here is if everybody could send you kind of like all the possible things that they might want to work on and the priorities, and then you can reconcile the priorities and say, well, it sounds like here's the priority order. That seems to me a good outcome.
A suggestion. This seemed to me to be really good discussion around our governance model. I would love to do another retreat date where we look at board goals, calendar planning, committee structures. Now that we kind of have, this conversation I thought was really productive. But that would be my suggestion, would be to have another retreat that's really like work session.
And perhaps, I mean, we've got the document, we call it the RACI, but it's got a lot of, I think, similar thoughts on it. And maybe we just treat that sort of come in and I'll kind of restructure it a little bit. We'll put down, what I can do is in a workbook, I'll say, put everything down here on this slide, right? And then on another tab, we'd organize that into a RACI potentially, but I can take this, if everybody wants to go in, or they're sending me your thoughts, I'll organize. And then we look at that and see if what topics are similar, how we group them potentially. Does that sound appropriate?
One thing we do at my company is, it's ironic, because we just did it today. Like, if we have that list like you made, and everybody gets a column, and they all rank it 1 to 5, and then that is a way of getting the wisdom of the crowds in terms of what's important.
I have a tool for that. Right,
Yeah, you
Violet?
do. It's a very effective tool. Yep.
I would be happy to share my tool on that, but
That'll be-
I have a really good tool. It really
It's a really
makes you
good
make
tool.
choices.
What's the goal?
I will tell you, I got it out of a book on how to be effective in your day-to-day life, and it really makes you take a look at stuff, and you have to rank everything against everything else and make choices, and it's really
Great.
clear how
Okay.
quickly things kind of filter to the top. So what I'll do is I'll put that together. I'll just post it with some instructions and then see how that works, and let me know if you have any
And
questions.
so you should set a deadline of, let's say, 2 or 3 days from now, where if anybody realizes they forgot to add anything to that RACI, they should add, because, and then, once you have the complete list, you put it into your tool, right?
Yeah, everybody will do their own version to help you understand what you want to prioritize when we fill it out. So what I will commit to is putting together just a little document that describes the tool with the worksheet that Violet and I used on some stuff. And then I think what we all need to do is just go back through that RACI document and make sure all of our thoughts are in there. And then what you would end up doing is going down through that RACI document and using this tool to sort of prioritize what you think are the most important things to do.
And then I think, sorry, the follow-up to that, I think, would be then, if we could put something on the agenda for maybe not the next meeting, but the one after that, where you present the priority order that's resulted, and then people can step up and argue for, well, you guys didn't rank this very highly, but I think it should be, and then it's kind of like the last chance.
Absolutely. Yep.
I would just say, can we try to make sure that there's nothing on the list that's duplicated so that we're not arguing for the same thing?
Yeah, and that's a really good point, Chelsea, and maybe, look at the list, and if you see something there that sort of fits the bill for you, okay, that's good enough. But if you said something really distinct, but that may be, what I'll try to do then is take a look at the list and see if there is anything that maybe gets consolidated under a single topic with some specifics, but it's really under this aggregate, and then we could just go forward from there. Would that work? I mean, my thought, okay.
Do you want us to do a poll for another retreat for dates or not?
Can I just say one thing before that real fast? One thing that I'd love to do with my RACIs whenever I build them is I'll have the RACI. And then a lot of those things are kind of recurring. And so I would have like a Gantt chart almost integrated into it. So I would have it set up where it's like January through February or January through December, right? And have it also, it's in one space. And you could then add in your schedule and say, all right, like if I'm gonna do this, it's gonna happen here, 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 here. You see what I mean? And again, it just gives you the clarity, like this is who's doing it and this is when it's happening. So it's the who, what, and when.
What I'll commit to is just getting it organized, and
that's
help
fine.
get it prioritized, and then.
That's
then
phase
maybe
one.
You have.
Yeah.
You take on let's talk about who does what, when, or how that would.
Well, and that's the work plan,
But that would be-
also in
Yeah.
the retreat, we could work on work plan.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Do we want to, do you want me to look at my calendar and then send out dates for a retreat in the summer?
I would say yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
then it doesn't have to be 6 hours, but, I mean, it could be, but,
Should be really.
yeah.
It's really, if we're gonna do board goals and a work plan,
I'm fine with that.
This is the camp.
Maybe it should just be like an overnight.
yeah. That's saying
We
that
could do scouting.
you can have it at my house, but I realize that you can't have it at my house.
You know. Do that.
Here's a question. What is the schedule like for the board in the summer?
It's light.
Usually it's later, so it's a good time to be organizing.
It's a good time to have another retreat.
There's one meeting in July to approve hires.
Okay.
Because everyone approved after like that July 12 dates of when you're on the contract. So everyone we hire after June 18th. Right up, like it's like 3.5 weeks to that July meeting. It's usually around July 10th. It's the literal point of that is to approve hires.
Okay.
Oftentimes that meeting is a Zoom only because it's to approve hires, so.
Okay.
So if
Because I would
it's-
imagine we could do I'm imagining we could have some time to get some of the stuff done that we need to do. Kind of building stuff up, so we just.
And if you established committees before that time, the board could work effectively on initiatives without violating law.
Or open meeting law.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what I read recently, just one quick thing, is even with committees, apparently committees need to be, is it warned or what is it here? Yeah, if you're doing committees, where did I see it?
I don't, not if it's just school board members, I don't think,
Yeah, school board committee, it needs to be warned with minutes. Doesn't have to be posted, doesn't have to be here in a staff physical reported or posted, but they need to be warned with minutes. If it's a committee, that's according to the VSBA open meeting law thing they said.
we have not done this.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, cause I was thinking about ours, like,
Well, we've done it when we've had community members participating in the committees, we warned it.
So where in the law
So-
does it say that we would have to?
I don't know if that's among us.
That's the open meeting law.
Is that new?
Yeah,
BSA
within the last
section
year.
310(1), advisory body, a public body that does not have supervision, control, or jurisdiction over legislative, quasi-judicial, tax, or budgetary matters. An advisory body by its name advises, which means that it lacks final statutory decision-making authority.
so if we
Sorry, wait,
warned that.
Well, that seems.
That's the
so
definition of an
restrictive.
advisory body.
Well,
But in the VSBA's helpful thing
Yeah.
here, school board committee, that is a type of public body, advisory body, committee meetings. Warned, yes, minutes, yes, staffed physical location, no, recorded and posted, no.
So my question is, if you
Okay.
warn it, what does that mean? Do we just have to put it on the website?
I mean, it's a great question if you're warning it, but it doesn't have to be recorded, post, or in a staffed physical location.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
kind of don't.
so it's interesting. So warning, when we warn things, we post them in every one of our voting districts and posting is. It requires a lot of time because you have to go around and physically post things. So
I mean,
I think the warning is that you put it on the website, like you put it on the board page because it
Yeah.
says that's the warning, but you
yeah,
don't have to post it. So I don't
Yeah.
think that's a huge.
yeah, cause it doesn't say that. It just
Yeah.
says, cause that's what I'm thinking, like, it would be good to just, again, on our race as we're looking through that, like, what does that mean?
So are we saying that we are convinced that the legal advice is for the public comment committee, we have to minute our meetings?
Yes.
Wish we had a board member who was
A lawyer,
So
so
we asked the lawyer that,
So I know the answer to this question I've asked. So, here's the good thing about me is I've asked a lot of questions of lawyers and so we have repeat questions. So this one I know the answer to. The minutes that we have are far more detailed. The minutes only have to have people who, the motion, and who made it, who seconded it, and what votes are. If you have a committee meeting, you technically do not have to have, I mean, you could put broad notes, but unless there's something agreed, you don't have to have quotes or specifics. You
Right,
have to
we
have
that.
motions, and, you know, the votes and the seconds, but that's, you, or any warned agenda item. But you don't have to have.
And that's
So
just,
so if you two were on a committee and you took notes and you said we met at this time, Emily made the motion to adjourn at this time, we opened at this time. This is the topic, no action was taken, like, that is an
And-
example
the
of.
three of
no-
us met, we have the notes.
And this is the new law.
This isn't, because this seems really, makes things really cumbersome now. Even among us, even though there's no
Like-
community, I just,
Vermont just can't.
Vermont can't get out of its own way. This seems to be like.
Well,
one
it's
more of a-
transparency, you know?
Right, but it's
But I mean,
inefficient.
It's inefficient because they don't, everybody know, we've said we're gonna meet. Right,
I think the notes can be pretty simplistic.
yeah, and we have notes, so
Yeah.
it's so, yeah.
You warned it in a meeting. We said it.
We said it in
I mean,
a
I
meeting.
feel like that's sort of a warning, what you
But I
did.
guess we have to do something more formal.
Like,
Okay.
I mean, the
Oh
one
my
that was
gosh.
already.
I don't make the rules, I just
I
try,
know, you know,
just try to
try not-
follow them.
Try not to.
Yeah, because if you warn you're going to do it, we did that,
We did all the
we
things.
did that,
But,
and that's fine, because it doesn't have to be in a specific location.
yeah,
And it doesn't have to be recorded, so I think you're right, I think we did it already.
we
'cause
did
said
it, it's just like.
Where
don't
I
recall
want,
Saying I moved to.
Well, it's interesting too, because your committee is made up of not a quorum of the board and.
Yeah.
And technically, 3 board members on a 7-person board can get together and discuss
That's,
anytime.
that's what I.
But I think it's that we formed a formal
Formal
A
committee.
formal committee,
through a
okay.
motion.
So is this actually like de-incentivizing?
Right, let's not.
Yeah.
let's not do
I
that.
think exactly,
And
and
be casual.
I think this is what drives people crazy.
It does drive people crazy.
Or I can speak for myself is what drives me crazy,
Well,
but at least we did, we've done it.
Right, and I think it's great for the public to know that there's a committee on this and it's not just sort of three people in the background kind of chit chatting, right? Because if you come then because then we could talk about it in open meeting and it's very transparent to the
Yeah,
community,
yeah,
right?
no,
That's, I think the.
I think that's
advantage there.
the issue, but yeah.
It-
okay.
it is. It's another roadblock.
Right?
I just couldn't, what I'm asking is where is the text that says that, public comment committee would have to warn in minute? That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah,
We're in the text.
I would
what-
ask ChatGPT about Act 133.
We can ask on Sunday.
Yeah, just.
I really do have to get going. Could
Okay.
I request that every board member email me what you wanted the action steps and next steps to be, because I'm not feeling like I have consensus from the group about. So it would just be helpful to get it in email so that I could see it in black and white and be able to. I'd just like for you to email me after this meeting sometime today with your takeaway of what we're doing next and what's like. What you need for support to do the next thing. Because I don't feel like I have a clear direction from the group about what I need to be organizing, facilitating. Tim is gonna be organizing a priorities list for the RAC. So just to clarify, because I do need to go and I don't wanna leave and then be like, I don't remember what I'm gonna say. Okay, and is there a motion to move our executive session to after our May 7th board meeting?
My only thought is, what if we did it instead of super late at night that same day? Could we do it at a more normal time, a different day
Or could we do it at
Before
5:30
the meeting?
before the meeting,
Yeah,
for the meeting?
like 5:00, 5:30?
Who has the latest schedule? Because I think I could do basically any time.
the next one is,
It starts at 6, the regular
Right.
meeting, so do we wanna do 5 PM, 4 PM,
5, no, 5, 5,
5 PM?
I can do five.
Is this a session I'll be attending or not attending?
I don't think we need to have you attend.
Okay.
And if there are questions that we have for you, perhaps we will adjourn to executive session after if we have to. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
thank you for suggesting.
So next week is gonna be five.
All right, thank you all. If there's nothing else, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned.
Is there a
Second.
10 seconds, any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. 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 The special meeting of the South Wellington School Board is adjourned.
Oh, wait, can I ask one thing before we do? Sorry.
We're adjourned.
You
can still talk.
The other paper article, it went out,
I pulled it.
and pull back, okay. But it would be good if we can discuss, how we can get that, because I did see from him, I would love to be able to get something out as soon as possible. And I think we're gonna miss the window if we don't get it in this weekend, so I don't know if that's something that we can take a look at and,
Monday's your deadline.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I thought-
he was saying, no, he was saying today, if we can get it in before Monday morning, he said we can, but anytime after Monday morning, it won't, so. I mean,
Why did
I'm,
it get
We
pulled?
wanted to change it.
huh?
Why did it get pulled?
There was some exception, Tim had some comments on it, but I guess the point is that it would be nice to think about how can we get that to a place where we can get it out.
Especially given the most recent other paper.
Yeah,
I think, the thing that's making this challenging is working within the boundaries of open meeting law. So I think I could send the draft to the full board members, to the full board. Each board member needs to send to me only their feedback on what they'd like to see changed. I will change the draft and then send it back out, and that is a process that we can do to write a document where I'm trying to build consensus from the group, but we're not all talking about it together. It's not ideal, but for the sake of trying to
Well,
get communication out and.
I would suggest, I mean, if I may, because I know Seamus, you were involved, Emily was involved, I was involved in it, I know she's gotta go. But Tim, perhaps if you can take a look and provide your comments, Dan, I don't know if you had any other comments to the letter? that was gonna go?
Just one small.
Okay, yeah, so you two
to Chelsea already.
can look at it and provide that, and then Chelsea, if you can just kick it to us, then maybe we can go from there.
We have to review again.
You didn't post anything on Front Page Report. Okay.
I think we know I need to adjourn again.
Motion to
Well, we were
adjourn.
just talking about
All right.
scheduling.
You
I mean,
should-
it's true.
You should just adjourn again.
Okay, let's just,
Okay, move to adjourn.
Second.
second. Oh, I motion to.
Dan, okay, who moves?
Motion to adjourn.
Dan moves, second.
Second.
Emily seconds, any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, the session is adjourned. Thank you.